Celestial love. Watch as the moon and the sun collide over northern lights. Like Pablo Picasso painting the night across the open water. The roots give birth to the dancing leaves, whispering to each other. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Another night here with some very good people. We've got some questions we're going to have to answer tonight. Mostly questions that maybe the people here have never heard of before, but we do have some viewers who have asked some specific questions, which we will give those answers to in just a little bit. We're going to do the announcements first, and that is that I have two Facebook pages. The Oklahoma Bigfoot Predator Watch, in parentheses, antlers and surrounding areas. Also, Choctaw Missing and Murdered Woman, WOMBMAN, and Sun Center and Database. Both of those are on Facebook, and both of those groups we post to after this. I did kind of join a new Bigfoot group. I want to see how they are, see if they're open to knowledge and sharing. But if not, I'm not really with any other Bigfoot groups. Now, the Beings of Mississippi, I like those guys. And I'm kind of weary about this one that I am on, which they haven't given me any reason to leave their page yet, amongst a lot of the other ones. So we're going to give our guests who have been on before, and they're going to give us some information. We do have some people who are in some situations more severe than others, and like we say, there's some people here on these groups who don't understand the importance of what we're doing, nor do they understand that we do have people in active areas and in situations that could cause a lot of harm, but they are like us. We have to go out and help you, the people who don't want to come to terms with these beings, these things, these creatures, these predators, until you see them or someone is taken in your area. Then you want to know. Then you want to ask questions. But we've been sharing for a long time, and if you don't know, that is really your fault. It is your fault for going to those other Bigfoot groups. It is your fault for listening to other hosts who do not have the answers, who are only there for entertainment. We are not here for entertainment. So I'm going to go ahead and give our trackers a call. We do have some updates, and we are going to share those with you. And this is information you don't have. This is also information that you would never have, but you're getting it here. So one of the trackers has checked in, except that we're going to do this on air first, and then we'll check. But we do have some questions, like I said, we're going to answer tonight, specific. Now, if you've been keeping up with us, we've been helping a lot of people in different areas. We've been answering everyone's question. Every question we've got, we've given you the answer. There's not a question that we don't know about the Bigfoot. Okay, give me 1 second. We're going to go ahead and call our first tracker. And remember, you're getting to listen into all the conversations that we're having. Normally, you wouldn't get to hear conversations. How you doing, Tracker?
Oh, I guess I'm all right.
All
It is
right.
a hot day today.
Yeah, it is warming up around these places. Have you
Hot,
heard?
hot, hot today. I don't.
Yeah, I was
You think the
checking.
heat got a lot of activity down low too? You know.
Yeah, yeah, but they still do their hunting and they still check their traps on hot days.
Yeah, they come out at night.
Yeah, and even rainy
Come out at night.
days. Rainy days. I've noticed that there's a lot of. I think there was a guy Todd Standing who said it was raining, and they said, "Well, they're probably not out because it's raining." I'm going, "What are you talking about? They're always out in the rain, you
Yeah.
know." They sit in water. They float in rivers.
Yeah, and I've heard people say before, um, in the woods hunting or whatever, sometimes hunting during the rain, you do see stuff move, or you can make something move by, jumping a deer or whatever when it's raining, and I've heard people say, well, they've come into these kind of eerie spots in the woods, and they smell this horrible smell in the area, and yeah, it's happened to me before, a couple of times, but you know, uh, hey, that could be them, huh?
Yeah.
A lot of people say they stink bad.
Oh yeah, they have those odors. I mean, they have the top five or six that I know that they have is of course that raunchy stink smell, and then they have the scent of a fresh pine forest, frankincense and myrrh, a woman's perfume, and also they won't have a scent at all. They can mask that scent, so you could be standing right in front of them and not even know.
The pine and cedar smells. And they probably learned that, that they can cover their scent with that.
Oh yeah, they use whatever's around them, I guess you'd say.
There hasn't been nothing going on here.
Well, it's actually good news, and actually here too, it seems like it went down a little bit. So either
Yeah.
they're moving to find easier prey, or they're just laying low.
Just laying low maybe for a few days.
Yeah, and also they're probably full from that blood moon because they got to kill and got to eat during that thing.
Yeah. They lay up. They take times to rest too. You know.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And then you have the periods where they're really really active and they're doing a lot of hunting, and then there's periods where they just lay low for a while.
Oh yeah. They don't want to draw attention for sure.
And I'm sure, when the opportunity's there, to kill some kind of game, they kill that game, and then they probably save it to when they are hungry.
Yeah, they do have their food rotation from decayed to fresh um, hostages or people.
Or even taking whatever their kill is and, putting it underwater, in the swamp or in the river or something. Or they're stashing it in the water, to keep it kind of fresh in the water.
Yeah, I haven't ran across that, but I know that they do their food rotation. I mean, some places you can just smell the stench, but you'll never find it. It's underground, and so many people have luckily escaped, and those are the ones that we're keeping for the fresh food, the fresh.
Yeah.
Too many stories about people getting caught and then being fed by them just to keep them alive, keep them fresh.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a few, abduction stories where, people claim they was taken and then, they got away. But
Yeah, it's just amazing if they did do that. I mean, I don't see them getting away from a Bigfoot though.
just they had the right opportunity.
Yeah, it would have to be something else because it's not like there's just one Bigfoot that got distracted.
Yeah, there's been nothing going on here for a few days. It'll pick back up.
Yeah, it sure will. Any news on the missing girl that of the three that wasn't found?
There was two of them that was found, and one hasn't been found. So
Do you know if they're searching or if they just kind of swept that
I
under the
think
rug?
the last I heard that the Coast Guard was involved in the search because it was on the river, on the Mississippi River. So
Mm,
they called off the search. So
yeah,
mainly because of this tide and the moon and all the water had gotten extremely high. So
yeah. There's
I mean,
always a reason for search and rescue to quit searching and rescuing.
yeah, it is kind of a safety factor, I think, for them when they called it off. But there was never any information on what happened. On anything.
Yeah,
They just put it out so well they drowned.
yeah,
Yeah, I see it to be highly unlikely that three drowned at the same time while swimming.
yeah. And we just got a report just the other day of a Bigfoot swimming at a boat. And then luckily the people had weapons, and they opened fire on the Bigfoot and it swam, went underwater, then came back up and they fired again. And they think they hit it, but they don't know if they killed it. But once they got through with that, they put their oars in the water, got to bank, and went home. They said they ain't gonna hang around there no more.
Yeah, went in the water just testing them.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's amazing. Some people don't know these things can swim. They can swim underwater, float. Ride the currents.
But just about all the animals
Yep. Yep.
can do well on land and in water.
Yeah.
Humans are the only ones got to be taught how to swim.
Yeah.
Pick it up naturally. Uh, Believe it or not, cats and your bobcats and cougars and all, they do pretty well in the water.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Your old house cat you got laying around the house, take him and throw him in water and see what he does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the humans are the only people who would accept the not well accept information that I guess all the information just to keep them in a certain social uh category, I guess. I mean they won't go look out the doors, for the natural information, and they won't go looking, for any more information about what else is out there besides what they've been taught in the schools.
Yeah. When they just believe whatever some government agent tells them.
Yeah, whatever's on the TV, they're doing, and they're doing it right now. Whatever's on TV, they're doing it.
Yeah. And, one in some of my research once, there was this wildlife biologist, and this was, he'd gotten out of the army after World War II, and so he took advantage of his GI Bill, and he went to school and he became a wildlife biologist. He went to work for the Forestry Service, and he spent his career studying and researching Bigfoot, and a lot of his family never knew anything about any of his research until after he had died. And he had a trunk in the attic where he kept all his notes in his trunk. And, they found it after he had died. And he was like one of the big ones, that was, going before Congress and all saying, look, they're real, and we need to have these wildlife preserves, and people need to leave them alone, and it seemed like that was kind of the start of the government cover up for a lot of things.
Hmm.
And what I read about the guy is pretty interesting. He went all over the United States, and there was he's even categorized these different subspecies of Bigfoot.
Who was that again?
I don't remember his name now. I would have to look it back up again. But
Oh, okay.
um, I was trying to remember now who. I was trying to remember who it was. Somebody on their YouTube channel was talking about it. That does a podcast, was talking about it, and I took what he said and then did some more research on it. And I've forgotten his name now. And then there was, there was a lot of the stuff that they looked into where they found these remains, or or they found a cave somewhere had remains, and they were saying, oh, they're giants, so they were giant humans, and according to his research, they weren't human, and they weren't primate either, it was a separate species, And it seems like a lot of that research got, covered up or destroyed,
Yeah, a friend wanted me to ask if it was like a Scott Carpenter kind of guy, or.
I don't remember his name now.
Yeah, I don't even know who this Scott Carpenter guy is, but I heard.
This guy, most of his life after, his career after he got out of the Army was as a wildlife biologist. He done that for like 30 years. So he died sometime like in the 70s, I think.
Oh, okay.
And a lot of this, his research, of course, like I said, it was all old. It's from like the late 40s and 50s and 60s, where he done this research, and then it wasn't found until he died sometime in the 70s. And then some of his family started, putting out some of the information that he in his studies, and of course, it's always debunked then,
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
There was a lot of good research. There's a lot of good things out there that was just ended up, whenever they debunk it, that's what they do. They cover it up.
Yeah, we know of some cover-ups going on right now.
So much is being covered up. A lot of things.
Yeah, sure is. Yeah, even around your places, we're getting reports around these dumpsters and food places, and people are either being found with no blood or scratched up or tore up.
Yeah. And then I had one lady tell me, this is the story she was telling me. She works at Walmart. She works kind of late. She'd go out to the smoking area at night, and she said, there's something that comes, there's something big that comes and goes to the dumpster at night,
Yeah.
And it goes to that one dumpster. There's one dumpster they throw all the old produce in. And so that's the dumpster. That's the only dumpster that whatever this is goes to. And I said, why don't you go over and see what it is? I said, take your phone out and shoot some video or something. I said, I ain't going over there. I'll go back inside the building.
Yeah. Especially females, they'll be like, I ain't going over there.
Yeah, I ain't going over there.
Oh, I got my Walmart badge to protect me. No, thank you. Yeah, the management, they'll hear these stories and they'll still send people out there.
Yeah.
They won't go out there themselves, but they'll send an employee who doesn't.
Yeah. They will. Well, she was telling me that they won't go out. After dark, they don't go out and throw anything in the dumpsters anymore. They just put it by the back door, and somebody in the day shift can take it out in, but they don't even go out there at night
anymore. Good. I love hearing stories like that where people.
Nobody won't do it. That's why.
Well, not only that, but they're taking precautions. That's what I like. Is that they understand something's out there, even if they don't know. They're still taking precautions, and that's what I like. Even if you don't see it, take your precautions. Don't.
If one eat me, you just get heartburn.
I don't think it'd be just one. I think they would share that meal. Let's all be careful out there. You know what I mean?
I gotta try to get back to some people, maybe this weekend, or some few people maybe I can get back with and talk to. And
Yeah, because
trying to get their feelings, trying to get their stories and record it,
yeah, and even those swimming holes, fishing holes, there's gonna be stories around there,
Yeah.
especially right
We
now.
have we got a lot of wilderness, I mean, there's a lot of wilderness in Louisiana, and a lot of big swamps, so there's a lot of territory for something to hide. And then now people start seeing more because of the urban sprawl.
Yeah, that too. Plus, I mean, there's been a huge influx in the last 3 years. I mean, from here to as far north as what you would call Canada, there's
Yeah.
everyone's reporting there is more in these last 3 years than ever.
And I'm sure and they may have had a population explosion.
Yeah, or some military has dropped off some.
Yeah.
We was reading a report today about
relocated some.
yeah, relocated, tagged them and relocated. But we also got a report of you remember somebody was talking about today about the monkeys that were there was a truck that turned over and all the monkeys were they escaped over there.
Yeah, there's been several of those happen, but most recently there was in Alabama thing that I had checked on, and there's a couple of newspaper articles on that, and people kept seeing that there's one lady, it's a silver color, or gray color, said it's a Bigfoot, said it's got a mate with it, and finally there was some guys that tracked it, found out what it was, and it was a couple of gorillas that had escaped from the zoo during the hurricane, and the people at the zoo didn't even report them as missing.
So they say. So they say.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like we're getting a lot of reports of our trackers having to go out for black bears or big black bears, but we know that's cold. So
yeah.
So
our black bears aren't that big, really.
Yeah, they're the guys we know. They know that it's not black bears. We know.
Yeah.
Mm.
Most of the time, I've seen quite a few in the woods hiking and all, and in the swamps. And most of the time, when you see a black bear, they see you, they're gone. They run.
Yeah. Walking around on 2 legs. Yeah, not walking around and standing on 2 legs for hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they ain't gonna be standing on their 2 legs.
No. Hey, what I'm wanting to do is like at least once a week, because I mean we have interviews and things, but like once a week, I want to just have all of us trackers get together and kind of do it like we are now, just kind of talk about what's going on and catch up and do that at least once a week. Just the trackers and the eyewitnesses or the activity areas.
Yeah.
And then we'll start back with the interviews and things like that. But
or once a week, kind of do a thing, check in with everybody, have everybody on at one time. Everybody kind of share their information at one time.
Yep. So everybody gets it all at one time. That sound good?
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right, because a lot of people need this information in all these areas, and we're reaching out to more people in different areas so we can get a better look at the locations, the states, and everything. So that's coming up too.
Yeah, we need to be planning a trip up to Arkansas here pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean,
check out some of them caves and all.
Yeah, well, they're all hot spots right now. Every place is, so I know for us, it's like we're just we're talking with people offline, and we're giving a lot of information that way. And a lot of people are in some situations right now.
Yeah.
So, and you may get to hear a couple tonight or soon. And very soon, there's some people we've been talking with who are going to come on and share some very close encounter situations, I guess you would say.
Yeah.
And we're lucky a lot of them made it back to tell us these stories and everything. And but they'll be on probably from Sunday on to next week.
Okay.
So those are and some of them, most of them are trackers or ex-military and things like that. So uh, we know and we've been talking with them, so we know that they are who they are.
Yeah.
But I'm glad we got you in that area. At least
Okay.
we're getting the good and the true straight information from there.
We need to be planning something here pretty soon. Maybe, you and a few others can come back down here pretty soon.
Yeah, that would be great. That would be great to come back there and track around that area again.
Yeah, I got a few places in mind that's kind of been made restricted now that I
Yeah,
would like to go check out.
yeah, yeah. We'll find them wherever we go. Look, we'll find them.
Yeah.
Well, Tracker, I'm gonna give some of the other people a call and check in with them, and then like tonight we're just doing checking in with everybody because we know that everybody's like there's some people in some situations that we really need to talk with, and if you're listening tonight, you'll hear their call-ins and talks.
All right.
So I'll give you a call tomorrow night, same time.
Okay.
All right, Tracker, we're gonna
All right.
check in with you
All right.
again.
All right.
All right. Okay, this was a tracker, a good friend of ours, a very, very, very good tracker, one of the best out there. We do have some extremely, extremely well diverse people in our group as far as the people that we talk to. Some of the best trackers in the world, uh, all of them honest and truthful people. We take um, their information very serious because they go out into the woodlines around homes. They go on missing person cases. They go on searches. They help the community and the people, and they are usually the first ones called. If search and rescue gets there first, we lose the tracks because they stomp all over the place and destroy all the information that we need to track these beings. Or if they're lost people, we need those tracks so we can find them quickly. So we're going to give our next caller, our next phone call tonight is also a grandmother from almost the same area. This is around the Alabama area. I'm in Oklahoma. The last tracker was in Louisiana. This is a diverse group from different areas, and we have personally tracked in most of these areas. So it's not like we don't know the areas or the terrain. So, and we know the people that we track with. We make sure we meet them. We track with them. We learn how they track, and we give them our pointers on how we do things. So we're gonna go ahead and give our next friend a call. Check in. We will have some more for every one of these calls is going to be information that you will need to know, and you can also hear their techniques and the techniques that we've offered on how to get more proof that you are being encountered or the activity is high in your area. So we're going to call our next guest, grandmother. She's got grandchildren. This is why it's very important for her.
Hello.
Well, how are you doing tonight?
Hi, I'm doing good. How are y'all doing?
Good. We're doing good. We're just sitting here smiling.
Oh, that's okay. I'm glad y'all good.
Yeah, every time we hear you, we smile. So, can you give us an update? I know you got some interesting things going on.
Yeah, I found out that somebody bought all the plaster at Walmart yesterday and are plastering or casting tracks over by the Tom Bibby River. I don't know who it is. I'm hoping I can find out who it is so I can talk with them.
Yep.
And then when I was listening to one of the old shows from the other night, I heard you say something about them tunneling up underneath the house.
Yep.
And that dinged something in my head about my mama's dog. Had started about 2 weeks after I got up there to stay with my mom last year, barking up under the house, just having a fit.
Oh, yeah.
And she would do it every day. And so I was like, I got to go back up there and look. And sure enough, my brother met me up there, and we lifted. It was these things are so smart that they went and put like a piece of plywood over the hole.
Oh, my goodness.
So something had made a hole up under there.
Yeah, they tunneled right underneath her.
Yeah, it was right up underneath what would have been her room.
Oh, my goodness.
So I'm going to stay up here tonight, and I'm going to talk to some of the neighbors and see if they've seen anything, because it's just too much activity up here, and there's a lot of kids that play outside down through here, and I want them, I don't care if they slam the door in my face, at least I know I told them.
You're right. You're right. And I can almost guarantee you those people are going to say, we've got activity or thank you.
Yeah.
And we also have a report from another person who is a tracker who has stated that they have been underneath the house and they could feel the bed shake, that area.
Yeah.
Same thing with like your mother underneath that bedroom.
Okay.
And we is your house on now? Is it on the ground or is it on blocks?
It's on blocks.
Okay, so we gotta be careful around your area too.
Yeah.
And when they tunnel, they're gonna tunnel for a long ways.
Okay.
So you're not gonna see the tunnel, and I mean, you can, if you can get like a it's kind of hard to do, but if you get like a long, sharp metal, not sharp, but a metal pole that you can stick down into the dirt, in a good distance, maybe with a hammer or something.
Okay.
Sometimes you can find where that tunnel is.
Okay.
And the very easiest way is to get underneath your house and find it, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm planning on doing, but I'm waiting on some more people to get up here before we do that. So
perfect.
My brother and a bunch of cousins was going to try and do that. So
you are so far ahead of everybody else. That's just it. And I wish everybody was as far as you. I wish everybody was doing what you're doing.
I wish everybody would too.
Me too. You're doing a wonderful job out there, and you're gonna have another tracker come up, and he's gonna maybe show you some pointers and things like that when he gets there.
Okay.
I can't wait till y'all meet.
Yeah, me
too. So you're at your mother's area right now, or tonight?
Yeah, in Bibb County.
Okay.
It's kind of by the Cahaba River.
Ah, okay.
There's a river, Cahaba River. It's the land of the Choctaws is what it's known as in this area.
Oh, wow.
Because my uncle actually owned land that has old teepee rocks from back in the day, way back, is still on his property.
Oh, wow.
He kind of sits where Bibb and Tuscaloosa counties come in together.
Yeah, Tuscaloosa. Wow. I'm going to have to get up there. We're going to have to go do some tracking up there.
Yeah, it's a bunch of them up here.
Oh, wow.
That's where I seen the 17 and 20 footers.
Yeah, we was talking about that the other day with some other people who seen like 9-footers and everything, and I was like, well, those are just like juveniles. Those are little ones,
Very little compared. I was like, why couldn't I have seen a littler one for my first time?
Good, they walk me into this,
Yeah, really.
But you're a warrior, so you had to see what you had to see when you seen it.
Yeah.
You had to know, and you had to be shown, because when people think about 7-footers like that Patty Gremlin thing and 10-footers, they're thinking that's big.
Yeah.
I mean, it is, to people who've never seen these things, but to like people like us, those are still like the juveniles. Those are still not fully grown. Those are.
Yeah. Yeah, because I sure didn't know they got that big.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't. And I'm glad it's you who's seen it, because a lot of people could not have taken that.
And wouldn't do it. Yeah.
And sure wouldn't have done anything about it, or wouldn't told anybody. They would have just jetted and left.
Yeah.
And then nobody would have known. And the next person would have came in.
Yeah.
So can you tell us about the track trap?
Yeah, gonna go to the HR where I called down and they claimed they had some up here, so I'm gonna buy some plaster so when I get back home I can cast those tracks.
Yeah.
And, yeah, go ahead.
How big do you think they were?
They were big.
Big.
20-something inches maybe.
Yeah, okay.
Gotta be.
That's still a juvenile. I mean, to me, that's still a juvenile. That's still a little one, that 21-inch.
Yeah, I'm gonna go look out here at Barrett Bill tomorrow. That's where the big tracks.
Yeah.
Is that, and I know I'll see some because they always leaving tracks out there by all them trees and stuff.
Yeah.
There's the black dirt on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
The back belt area.
Mm. I'm glad you know your area too.
Oh yeah, me too.
And you sent me a picture today, right?
Yeah.
I seen. To me, it kind of at the beginning, it kind of looked like there was just one big one, but when I looked at it more, it was 4 that formed that shadow of like one.
Yeah, that's what I had finally noticed that.
Hey, all right. I was going to mention that to you because I was thinking, oh, maybe she sees one, but I'm glad you were able to identify them and pick them out like that.
Yeah, all of them leaned together like they were.
Yeah, that's what we seen too. And like a lot of people, they'll send us a picture with one circle or an arrow or something, but when we look at it, we're looking for every oddity.
Oh yeah.
Next thing you know, we're like, well, there's one. So also are there? I mean, the swimming time is coming up. Are there swimming holes near your home or where you're at now?
Well, not really up here in Bill, but down in Marengo, Wilcox area. It is. It's a swimming hole at Miller's Ferry on the Alabama River.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna call somebody tomorrow that I know that kind of helps run that place. That works for the state, and I'm gonna have a talk with him and see. Maybe he won't call me crazy. If he does, at least I know I told him.
Yeah, and if they do, then you know that either they have no idea that these things are going on, or they're helping covering things up.
Yeah.
And well, you said you knew them, right? Or no.
Yeah, I've known him for a long time. So
okay.
He'll take me serious.
Yeah, that's just like my friends and people I know. Whenever I come up and talk to them about certain things, they know I'm not there to ridicule or joke about it. I'm like, okay, this is what's going on right here, right now.
Yeah.
And we always got to keep that straight face and not even crack a smile when we're talking about it, because some people will get that feeling that maybe they're just trying to coax me in, or maybe something like that.
Oh yeah.
So whenever we talk with people, we just talk. It is a serious matter, so we have to let them know that they're all joking aside. Let's talk about this, and then we can get back to
Yeah.
But I'm so glad you're in the area and you're doing what you're doing because you're helping a lot of people, whether they know it or not. You are helping a lot of people.
Oh yeah, I
Ah,
couldn't have that on my conscience if anything happened to anybody. So
I
I know I've seen them, so you can't
yeah
tell me I hadn't seen what I've seen.
yeah. And don't it not even our reasoning can change what we think.
Yep.
Wow. Man, this is oh so any oh you haven't been home though, right? You're at your mother's area?
Yeah, I'm
Oh
up there at my mother's area.
okay, good, good. Is anybody at your home back?
Oh no, they're staying at my brother's house
Oh
with his.
good,
Yeah, they're not at home.
good,
I made
good.
a point I didn't want nobody at the house so I could, go around myself.
Hey, you are just so far ahead of everybody. It's just amazing. I love talking to you.
Oh, I enjoy talking to y'all too.
Yeah, hey, we were talking to some trackers, and we want to know if you might want to, like be an honorary part of the tracking team that we have. All the information and the meetings and the behind the scene kind of things.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great.
Great, great. So we're gonna start sending you more information than what we really share here because a lot of people don't understand uh, a lot of things that we're doing in different areas, and just like what you're doing there, all this is information that people need to know that people are doing things.
Oh yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, April, we're gonna check in with you tomorrow, and welcome to the team. We're gonna keep you up to date on everything we do and where we're going and everything.
Okay.
All right. This sounds so great. I'll give you a call tomorrow night around the same time.
All right. Look forward to hearing from y'all.
All right. Make sure everybody stays safe and you guide them.
Okay, I will.
Okay. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right.
So this was a grandmother in Alabama who is now part of our tracking team. She is one of the people who has listened, has done the homework, has looked at the older YouTube videos that we posted. She keeps up with these videos. We communicate through messages and things like that. Um, so she has been doing the work that we need everyone doing. Take her lead as an example of what you need to be doing for your family, especially if you're a grandmother, a mother, a father, a big brother, a big sister. You still have responsibilities for those younger ones. So we're going to give our next, uh, our next caller a call. We talked with him just the other night. Now there is another guy that we may try to contact, but I'm not sure if he's off work tonight. But we will try that one also. But I'm going to give another person a call that you really need to listen to also. Now this is the man who's got a lot of activity in his area. He's very observant of all the things that are going on in his area. This is usually about the time that he's getting home. So
Your call has been forwarded to an audio.
looks like we're not going to connect with him right now, but we will try again. We'll give him just a little time because we do know that he is just making it home for work, or he's got things that he has to take care of before he gets home. And just like yesterday, he went to go and pick up some pictures of some new structures that were in his area. So we're gonna make our next call, and we will call him back. We will get back to him in just a moment, and we will check in with these other other people also, because everyone that we talk to, that we know who has a situation going on, we want to stay in contact with them because the authorities are not going to help if they have a situation. So we want to give them information before anything happens so that they're safe ahead of time.
Forwarded to an automatic voice message.
Okay, that's another person. Now, also with this other one, I hope everything is well and okay. We're going to try back in just a little bit because they are in active areas. We can call hostile areas, and we just want to make sure they're okay. We're also going to try one more person who was on the other night, and this is the person we're not too sure if he's at work or off work tonight. Hopefully, he's off work and give us an update.
Hello.
Hey, are you home?
Uh, who is this?
Jerry.
Jerry Williams.
Yeah.
Oh, what's up, man? I was like, oh, Jerry. Yeah. Hey, I'm right in the middle of something. Can you give me like I don't know, like 1 hour?
Yeah, or I'm gonna make some other phone calls and then I can call you back.
Okay. Yeah. Give me about an hour.
Okay, all right, Mike.
All right, man. I appreciate it.
Okay, we'll talk to you later.
Okay.
All right, bye. Okay, this is another person in an active area. He is involved in something right now. It sounds like it's not a situation. So everyone still has their families and things that they have to take care of. So I'm gonna also try this two numbers again because we do want to check in on people. And for a second there, I didn't know if I had the right number or not. but, uh, but I'm glad we did, and I'm glad he did recognize the phone, the voice.
Hello.
Hey, how are you doing?
What's up, Mr. Jerry? How you doing?
Good, good. I was, I called just a while ago, and I was like, oh, I hope everything's okay, and everything's going good, and
Yeah, I was probably out walking my big black and tan, man. When I get home, I have to walk because he's waiting on me.
yeah, yeah. And I told people that you may not be home yet, or this is about the time you're coming in.
Oh yeah, I just got home. I ain't been home, about 20 minutes.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I would, hate to miss a night where we don't talk. So, I always get nervous. Well, not nervous, but concerned, I guess you would say.
Everything's fine, man.
Man,
did you get the pictures I sent you?
no, I sure didn't. Or no. I think I did yesterday with the structures.
Yeah, the tree structure.
Yeah.
I was gonna go out last. After we hung up, I was gonna go out and check my stuff.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, we also seen a female that posted some on your page.
Oh yeah, it's possible. That must have been Miss Cindy. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she's part of our group, brother. She's up there where everything's happening.
Oh wow! I know there's some brave people out there out your way.
Yeah, a lot of people will say a lot of things about certain people, around here, but most people blame it on dumb rednecks. You know, thank God I'm not from here. So
He said.
give them a beer and a flashlight and let them roam in the woods. Yeah, right. That's what everybody thinks.
Yep. Yep. And we got some of the most intelligent people who can identify these things, who knows the structures, who knows the prints, everything.
Absolutely, brother.
Ah. Yeah, what I mean, all the information, the pictures and everything you're doing is very important work. I mean, even like for us, sometimes we feel like it's not work, but it's just something that we have to document, and we don't even know who is going to be seeing it,
It don't matter, but the people that don't know, they need to know certain things about a lot. Because it only takes one small thing to change their whole world. Most people don't know what to look for. Everybody's looking down at the ground for footprint. Always look up, always look back.
Oh yeah.
That's how I found most of my hair samples. You got to always look up, always look back, because they 8, 10, 12 feet plus. I mean, you ain't gonna find that on the ground.
You're right. I wish. I'm glad that there's a lot of people starting to watch this show, because all this information, all these trackers have, first eyewitnesses, encounter people.
Right.
There's the information here for everybody.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
Oh my goodness. Now, when I didn't get a hold of you,
Yeah, I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna go out every night. Usually at night, I set up under my, I set on my porch with my lights out, and I just listen.
Yeah.
That's the best way. That's the best way to learn. Just listen.
It sure is. Exactly. Wow. So no real activity. I mean, as far as no house shaking, no looking in windows.
Oh no, not yet. It's too early for that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was.
If they gonna do anything like that with me again, it'll be about. Usually they wake me up about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, that's about the time. That's about the time. Yeah, even that documentary we talk about that we're doing a night observation, and we're telling the house or the homeowner that we're gonna be here till like 5 in the morning until after they get called back.
Right.
And then we'll leave.
Yeah. Yep.
Man, I'm glad you know all that. Oh man. So many people don't. It's just, oh my goodness. They don't.
Yeah, people need to learn more, man. I mean, it's common sense. It's based on common sense.
It is when you really think about it.
Absolutely.
And more people are just they just need to be more observant and aware of their surroundings. They'll see these things.
They need to know what to look for. I mean, that's the main thing.
Yeah. Has there been any missing people or anything happening in your area? I mean, lately, as far as
not as far as I know. I don't follow the news anymore.
Yeah.
But not as far as I know personally. No.
Okay, because I know it's the weekend time and everybody's heading to the lakes and camping this weekend. I've seen a lot of travelers go by.
Oh yeah, everybody's going to the water park down there. Actually, close by where you are, where you're going to be up in Philadelphia, man. And
yeah,
they're going to be roaming around, which is a bad thing, I guess. But I guess maybe a bobcat will scream, will scare them out of the woods or something.
And I hope it does.
Most people don't know what that scream sounds like.
No. There's too many people that they're in the towns. They're not in the woods. They don't go fishing, hunting, hiking.
Thank God I'm not one of them.
Yes, and that's for us too. We're glad you've been out in those woods and you know what's out there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, same as you, brother.
Yeah.
Same as you.
Yeah, we know too. Wow.
that's what I don't mind talking to you because you know about the stuff I know. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, and
I don't talk to people that watch videos and keep replaying the footprints and the strides and the movements. I mean, that's you need to throw that in the garbage can.
yeah, that's what we say too.
Get out of your house, man. Do something. Go out there and find out for yourself.
Exactly. And we used to. I mean, people still need to cast prints and things for proof in their area, but we used to do that. But we'll see the tracks down. We'll say, well, there'll be more.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I do. You know what I mean? Because actually, half the time you don't remember to carry all that stuff with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then by the time you see a good one, you're like, oh, damn, I forgot my shit at the house. You know?
Yeah.
So
But
I keep it in both my trucks in a backpack now. So I'm prepared.
I know you got some good tracks, good casts.
Oh, absolutely, bro. Always keep your Ziploc bags too, man. I got gallon sizes on down to sandwich sizes. And I got them all in one bag. That way you always carry it in with you too in case you find hair or whatever.
Yeah, you're right. We got a tracker called Tracker E, and you'll meet whenever we get down to the series. But we call Tracker E the bone collector.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Because we got guys looking at baseline, then we got guys looking in the trees, but this tracker always finds the bones buried, and
right.
We just got like a crew that everyone looks or feels, or
you have to know what to look for, bro.
Oh yeah.
Depends what you feel, man, when you get there. That's pretty much it. I've been doing it, like over 40 years. You just got to know. You can sense it. You can feel it.
Oh yeah.
If something tells you, to turn around, you need to leave.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah.
But other than that, I've had that feeling before. Went on down, and I have my scars and bars, but I've got a lot of stuff nobody else does too. So
yeah.
Because I got, I keep going. I'm not gonna stop.
Oh no, and wish you didn't have all the scars and bars kind of thing. You know what I mean?
That's the way you learn.
That's a real way to learn right there.
Exactly, brother. That's the only way to learn.
And that's why I like talking with you too, because I mean, some people may have a picture or something, but you're in the mix with it.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, absolutely. I'm there.
Yeah.
Ain't no pictures. It's the real deal with me. I mean,
yeah.
You can believe it or not. I mean, you see my pictures. You've seen a lot of stuff I've seen personally.
Yep.
I'm there, bro. When you get down that far, you can't. There's no turning around, man.
No, sure isn't. And even for us, there's no turning around for us either.
No, sir. No way.
No way.
I'm gonna follow this all the way to the end.
Yep.
Just when you think you know what you think you know, the tables have turned.
Something else pops up. Yeah, there's still a lot more than than even just the physical. So.
Oh, absolutely, man. Yeah. Absolutely.
Wow.
But like I said, I've been doing it. Everything is a baby step to us. I've been doing it so many years, just as you have. But then again, next time you see or hear something or witness something, we're back ground zero.
Yeah. Have you ever seen any besides the 5-toe prints? Another friend wants to know.
Have I seen? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Other than 5-toe prints, 3 toes, 4 toes, 6.
I got pictures of 6 prints, and I've got a cast. I think it's put up in my other building of 3 toes.
Okay.
That's 18.5 inches.
Have you seen any like hoofed print like big hoof prints out there or anything?
No,
Okay, okay,
not where I'm at. No.
okay. Yeah, we're getting some reports of some hoof prints like that, more towards Arkansas area though,
Right. Right.
and they know it's big too out there. They could feel like that sledgehammer you talked about.
Get right outside of Little Rock. They'll find out.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And there was another tracker I was talking to you a little while ago. He wants to track down in Arkansas also, and uh, if we did that, we'd make sure we had our experienced team going. You know.
It depends what part you're going. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. We got some guys already over there, and they've been wanting us to come out.
There's a bunch of parts. You need to go just to know, and at the same time, you don't need to know. You know, at the same time.
Yeah, you're right.
You need to watch out before you go to certain areas there. I've been there. You know, it's yeah, man. I've been to Boggy Creek probably 4 or 5 times. You know, so I mean that place is eerie in the daytime. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, yeah. We live around this Boggy Creek.
Oh yeah. You know, when I grew up, I was about 100 miles from it when I was a kid. So we used to go up there. I had a bunch of people up there. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah, 100 miles is just a little day trip for a Bigfoot.
Oh, absolutely. That's a skip and a hop, man. That Honey Island, I've been there 5 times, man. You know, that's a pretty cool place.
Yeah, I was hearing about that place.
Really interesting. If you don't get mixed up with the locals, you know, because they have all them stories and crap down there, you know, and the legends and they are there, you know.
Yeah, you always find the older ones who've seen them, but these younger ones, you know, they're too happy with their iPods, and you know.
Exactly, man. They watch too many TV shows.
Yeah, and they'll never see what's out there.
Well, I hope people like that never go and see what I've seen or done, because you know yourself, that people like that never make it out, man.
I know.
That'd be another missing 411 case.
Yeah, yeah, and that's also the reason why we made the DVD, is to help everybody and to show them what's out there. And it's just that there's certain people.
Something that big and that enormous, a flesh and blood creature. Oh, I'm sorry, a being. I don't call them creatures because they're not. They don't think they can move 50 yards in 5 or 6 seconds. They don't think they can. You see them 1 minute, and the next minute they're 20 yards away, 8 feet up in the tree, staring down at you.
Or going.
That's why when you want to go out and you follow a print, you see 1 or 2, and then the print stop.
Yep.
Always look up. Always look back.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. You know that. Wow.
Absolutely, brother. That's experience, man.
Yeah. Yeah. I was talking to another tracker out of Texas, and you know, because I told him, I said, you know, if we lose that track, you know, we're looking in the trees, or we're pulling stumps up. You know, we're trying to find where this track disappeared to.
Always look up.
Yeah, and then that's when we find the claw marks on the trees and everything. And then we just follow those till the next print.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely. Always look up, man.
Nobody does.
No, nobody does. Everybody's looking down at the ground. You know, that's the quickest way to get hit with a tree, a piece of a tree, or a 3-pound boulder, you know?
Yeah, or get popped with a little club that they carry. Yeah, go ahead. Yo,
absolutely correct, brother.
We got another friend that he's gonna come back on later. He's been on before, but just I would say a day or 2 ago, he just got pummeled.
Oh wow!
It was a boulder that they threw at him.
Huh. Well, I got to hear that.
Yeah, luckily because he has the he always wears uh, uh it- yeah, it's kind of like a it's not a bulletproof vest, it's like a pressure concussion kind of vest.
Right. Right.
And he said,
Concussion vest. Yeah.
yeah, he said he was lucky that he always wears that.
Huh.
He got out of the woods finally, and then he went to the hospital, and they reset. But he's a strong guy, he's back at home, and he said he's gonna rest a couple of days before he gets ready to go back out. And
They probably saved him from broke ribs because she can't heal them.
uh, and from experience, huh?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I know you do. Wow. But this guy he was out on a missing persons case. I want to say 2 days ago, and he was up in that area, that hot zone, and we maybe about a week ago we asked him not to go up there, but then there was a missing person or a missing hiker, so he got called. That's what he does on his side.
It's called determination, man.
Yeah. So he went up there and he didn't report anything as far as the people making it out and things like that, but he did report that he got nailed. He was good for a little while, and he's kind of like you. He hasn't had that same situation, but he's been up close, and he's a guy who's well experienced in certain specialties, I guess you would say.
Right.
And so he gets caught.
This and that,
Yeah.
I need to talk to this guy, man.
Yeah, and we need to get it to where we can get all these people, because there's another guy on that I believe it's going to be Monday night that he's coming on, and this may be where you two kind of butt heads.
Okay.
Because he was in a certain situation, and he only had one alternative, really.
Well, I mean, if you only got one alternative, well,
Yeah.
you take it. I mean,
yeah.
But
Yeah.
you know yourself, I've been in situations like that.
I know you have, Earl. And
it took me a long time to go back, and I follow these beings for a whole different reason than everybody else.
Yeah, yeah, I know. And
man, I want to know. I want to know why. I want to know.
Yeah.
Because I'm in their home. Yeah. That's like me showing up at your house and walking to your front door and opening your refrigerator.
Yeah, yeah. If the same thing would happen, we kind of watch for a little bit, like, what's going on? All right. And then there's always that time they're gonna say, all right, well, it's time to leave.
Oh, you'll know when it's time for you to leave. You better leave.
Yeah.
You better leave, man.
They will let you know it's time to go.
I walked many miles because the vehicles I was in was miles. Yes, sir. Better go now.
Yeah, even without the vehicle, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you once, they're not gonna tell you twice.
Yeah. If I can get this other tracker on, and I'm hoping to get like a group of us on at one time, you know what I mean?
Well, I wouldn't mind talking to somebody if they got it, if they have experience like I got. That's why I don't discuss anything with anybody.
Yeah, I
want somebody I talk to be on my level.
Exactly.
I mean, anybody can so-called go out there and I've seen one with a flashlight. Bullshit. That's bullshit, man.
You're like, no.
I'm gonna call you on that one, bro.
I would too. I'd be like, no way.
I don't know if you know Diana. She does Sasquatch Odyssey. I've been on there a couple times. And,
I got kicked off there.
My buddy, which is on the night, and but yeah, she You know, she tells me you need to talk to people like that, or else, I said, man, there's nobody I know that I can talk to about it because I don't know nobody that went through the same crap I have.
Yeah.
I mean, you can hear people say it all day long. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying?
I know.
Oh yeah, I've seen 20 of them at one time in a group, man. Yeah, bullshit.
Yeah.
No bullshit on that, bro. You know?
There's a lot like that we found.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't, you know. That's why I'm glad me and you are friends, bro. Because we can definitely relate on a whole nother level. You know what I'm saying?
We are on a whole different level.
You know, a lot. If you got anybody that's on your show that's on our level, I would love to talk.
Okay, because we do have those, and they want to talk to other people who, like you know,
Right.
and share all this information.
Absolutely. Only way to learn stuff, man.
Yeah, and I'll get some more information, and whenever we meet up here in what, about a month or something.
Man, I hope so.
Oh, we're going to. We already say our intent that this is going to happen.
I'm ready, brother.
Me too. And but we'll, whatever we can't talk about here, we'll definitely be able to talk face to face for sure.
Absolutely, brother. You got my number.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. Man, Earl, it's great talking to you, and I'm glad you was able to check in, because I know the situation as far as, your occupied area and things
Right.
things about you, and so we want to keep up with you, Earl.
Absolutely, brother. You got my number.
All right.
Friend, you call me anytime.
Oh, great. Not just on this,
No, you call me anytime. I mean that.
All right, that's great, man. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
And same here. Yeah, anytime you need to talk or anything you want to, or if we may have some people in that area that, if you need something, that we can make some phone calls.
Absolutely.
All right, that's us. We're getting stronger, staying together.
Absolutely, brother. Gotta get the drive going, man. You gotta have the drive.
Oh yeah, and that's what we say all the time. Keep moving forward. There's no going back.
No, that's why my truck don't have a rearview mirror. I don't look back.
That's right. We ain't looking back. We're only moving forward.
Absolutely.
Okay, Earl, I'm going to give you a call tomorrow night. I'm going to call another person and check on them, and then but I do want to, like, once a week, let's set something up to where we can all just kind of sit down and converse. The people who know.
Set it up.
All right, Earl, we will. I want to take just at least one day a week for us just to make sure we are all on the same page.
Absolutely, brother. 100%.
All right, Earl, be safe out there. Have a great night and take care of that dog out there.
Yes, sir. You too, brother. Talk to you later.
All right, I'll talk to you tomorrow night. Okay, that was one of our tracker friends. As you heard, he is well experienced, and he doesn't talk to just anybody, which you'll find a lot of people with firsthand experience, or the people who know, pick and choose wisely on who they converse with. Most of us have moved away from the Facebook groups because or been thrown out of. There are hecklers and jokesters and things like that who try to deny you your information, which causes you to be in a harmful situation. So when you see those hecklers and people trying to show you a blur, show you a shadow, they're saying this shadow is not supposed to be here. They know it's not supposed to be there. So don't make fun of these people. Let them explain to you before you try to knock them down for showing you proof. Let them explain to you, or try to figure it out yourself. You need to know how to see yourself. Just because it looks like a shadow doesn't mean it's a bush. Learn to see. You have to learn to see. Your children already know how to see, and most of the times you're not believing the children who's telling you there's something out there. We're going to check with one more person. We tried a few minutes ago. We're going to give this person a call back again because like I said, we do know that people are in situations, and we want to keep up with them to make sure they are safe and that we know that they are safe. Because once we make phone calls, once you tell us your story, and once we can help you, uh, we're not going to let you just go. We're not going to let you just try to figure things out for yourself. We want to keep up with you. We want to know and we want to help you in any way that we can, even if it's just giving you the information of what to do and how to get the proof that you need to show somebody else. Um, we're going to give this person a call. Hopefully, we got through this time. I don't know the work schedule with a lot of people, but I have let people know that we will be calling around this time to check in with everybody. So let's hope that we have our friend answer. Hey, how you doing?
Hey, good.
It's so great to hear from you, and we were getting a little concerned.
Oh, no, I'm still at work.
Oh, okay. Well, that's actually good news too. And also, whenever your family is picking you up, always make sure they have at least two people in that vehicle. You know.
Yeah. Actually, my daughters went home already, so I'll be driving home by myself in a little bit.
Oh well, you know, we I would suggest that let's make it a car, you know, convoy. Let's we need y'all to stay together.
Yes.
At least for right now, we need y'all to stay together. Try not to divide up. If those girls want to go early, tell them to go to the store and get you a ice cream or something and come back, or you know, be somewhere close. And because those drive homes, those roads are watched.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking driving home last night. I was just like, my eyes were just like, oh, I can't look to the side. I'm not gonna look this way. I'm not gonna look that way. It was scary.
Yeah, and also, you don't have to drive the speed limit. You can drive a little faster because there's no, patrols out that way because they don't want to be out there. So pick up your speed a little bit. Um, don't go a slow speed. We need you moving out there.
Yeah.
And it's not to cause fear or anything. It's just precautions.
Yeah. It's I guess it's kind of scary, because I wasn't, like I said, I wasn't really, like, wasn't scared of anything until, started telling me about, all the different things to look out for. And I do hear it, I do hear those things. And I was thinking about that last night, and I was like, wow, those are the things I do hear.
Now you're prepared. Now you're prepared.
Yeah.
And I'm glad we had that talk because those are things that you didn't know, and those things are important to know.
Yeah.
And that also makes you stronger.
Uh-huh. Yes. Yes, it does.
It does because now you can tell your family. You can say, well, if you don't believe me, listen to this or do this or.
Mm-hmm. That's what I told my daughter last night. She came back from lunch, I think about 2:30. I stayed up and I heard the car pull up, and I was just like, "She back? What's she doing back?"
Wow.
Looked out, and she had come back from from her lunch because she works overnight. And I told her, I said, "Don't be driving around on the roads at night."
Yep.
And she was like, "There's nothing out there." No, there's something out there.
Yep, there sure is.
So she's working again this evening, but I did tell her that she needs to, to stay at work until in the morning when everybody's on the road.
Yes. Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect. I love that. And even if they really don't believe you, just say humor me. Just humor me.
Mm-hmm.
Just humor me for until you're home. That's all. Just humor me. I don't care if you ridicule, laugh at me, whatever. Just do it until you get home.
Exactly. And she's the one that was driving. She was the one that was driving the car when we heard that crackling in the woods. That's when she got scared, almost took off the car.
Yeah, yeah. So she knows.
Yeah, she knows.
And we've seen that so many times that the young ones, feel bulletproof at sometimes, but they need to know there's things out there that you need bullets for.
Yes. And I was telling my husband, I said, we need a gun because I had a gun when I lived in New Mexico, but I decided to leave it there with my dad.
Mm-hmm.
And but my dad owns several guns, so
Well,
he does.
I would visit Dad and say, "Give me about 5 of those."
And just license to carry. I mean, I guess you don't have to. I don't know what it is here. I don't think you don't have to have a license to carry here.
Good, good. There's a lot of places like that.
Yeah, I think it's like that here. I don't remember, but that's what they were telling me. I know I have one in my car though, but
Yeah.
that's not mine. It's my brother-in-law's.
Well, that's good. Keep it with you.
I don't even know if it has bullets.
Well, we better check.
I was gonna ask him today, but he's probably at work now.
And also the bullets you need, that what we call full metal jackets, or the tips that are just solid.
Yes.
We need those. The kinds that break apart are called hollow points and things like that. Those just bounce off Bigfoots.
Oh.
They make a small ditch, and they will make a little hole in them, but it's nothing that they can't handle. And they'll keep coming.
Oh wow!
But those.
See, that's when I watch the shows, the movies. That usually happens.
Yep.
And I think that's what creeps me out is watching those, and my brothers were like, don't watch those because it just makes you more scared of what might be out there, not what's out there. But I said, no, that just makes you makes me feel a lot more, that I know what's out there.
Yep.
And if something should come,
yep.
It's either you die or you
or you unload.
There, well, something takes me.
Exactly. We're not going to be easy.
Yeah, I was talking to my daughter about that because when my brothers first seen him, my little one, my 11-year-old, she was just like, oh, does this say cat? This here? I was just at a register that don't take.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay.
But yeah, it's just like when my daughter, my brothers first seen it, my daughter, when my brothers first seen it, my daughter was like, oh, Mom, I think I see something in there. I don't know if I should go in there. I really don't know if I should. I said, you're not going in there because me and you are not going in there. We're going to stay in the car. We're going to drive by there.
Yep. I love that. I love that.
And then my daughter says, Mom, my native side says, do not go in there. but my white side says, you're going to die. I said, okay, you're 11 years old. And
White side says that's peculiar.
That's peculiar.
My mom, she was like, where did you learn that? I had no idea.
Had no idea. She's picking it up somewhere.
That is was surprised when she said that. I was like, where are you learning that from? My sisters. I
Yeah.
was like,
Oh, okay.
that's her. But,
Makes sense, huh?
And then she's always saying, I'm half too, so you guys can't be saying that. But you just said it yourself.
You just said it.
And I'm just like, oh my God, this little one is just too much. But she doesn't really, did I get it?
Yeah.
Oh, but yeah. So are you still going on the what? Oh, are you still on the air now? Or?
Yeah.
Oh my God! And here I just said those words.
Oh. Well, I was gonna tell you that I'm Choctaw, and a friend of mine, he's half Choctaw and half Creek, and I didn't know that for till about 5 years ago, and we're in our 50s, so he said, yeah, I'm half Choctaw and half Creek, and I said, I knew there was a reason I liked you only half the time. He busted out laughing.
See, that's how my daughter is.
Yeah.
I'm half white and I'm half Navajo, and then I'm Choctaw and I'm French, but I don't know which part those are, and I'm just like,
yeah, which part those are.
But I was traveling with her, and she was just like, Mom, I want to go in there, but my native side, my Navajo side said, don't go in there. And the other part says, bitch, you're gonna die. She was sitting in the back seat, and I was driving. I stopped and I turned around. I was like, oh my God, did you just say that?
That's so funny.
I'm like, oh my God.
And you're like, well, let's put those two together and not go in there.
That's what I told her. I said, we're not going in there because it's dangerous in there. I know you're just gonna leave me, Mom, she said.
I said, you got legs, you better keep up. If you see Mom run.
That's what my little one was saying. Mom, I want to go in there so bad in those trees and see what's in there. But I changed my mind. She said, oh yeah. I said, we're not going in there. I'm not letting you out.
Oh, good.
Yeah. But I forgot to tell you too. Yesterday when I came back from my lunch, my coworker, I guess she had two guys with her, and they went to take out the organics, and she was like, I was waiting for you. And then I said, I'm sorry. I said, I just barely got back from lunch. She goes, no, good thing you didn't come out. We didn't both come out. I said, why? She said, well, Lily and some other, I think it was Josh, she said, they were coming back from organics, and away from the organics, there's the side of the building, there's nothing but trees. She said something was breaking like trees, like the limbs, so loud that both boys turned and looked towards where the thing was breaking trees. And she told them, I told you guys there was something in those trees, because we keep hearing it every time I go out there with her niece. And then I guess the guy was like, yeah, there's something in there. And they heard it last night too. I think it's every night.
Good.
I get lots of food.
Yep.
And nobody believes us, not even the managers.
Well, the managers aren't going out there, right?
Nope, they're not. All one of them told us was, well, at least they're not coming in here. I said, they're not going to come in here if there's if this has lights and stuff in the front. It's not going to come in here.
Yep.
And well, at least it's not coming in here. I said, okay. And then I told him, I said, I'm just letting you know, once it starts to get dark, I ain't going out there.
Yep.
I'm not going out there. I'm telling you right now.
Yep.
And now that I don't go out there. Nope, I don't.
You know, when the other girl said we was waiting for you and you just came off break, I would have been like, what for? Why are you waiting for me? I ain't going out there. You ain't got to wait on me.
I already told her, I said, I'm telling you right now, I don't come out here at night.
Yep.
That last time when the guy took off from me, started running, I said, that was it.
That was it.
I told all the managers, I said, I ain't going out. They said, why? I said, because there's something in those woods.
Yep.
I ain't going out there, I said.
Yeah,
They knew I was hanging around.
We got to say Bigfoot.
Yeah. We both know it's Bigfoot, but these people around here, they don't even believe in it. They just start laughing.
It doesn't matter. We still got to say Bigfoot.
Yeah. Okay.
And if they don't get it, say at least I told you.
That's what I told the guys back here. You know, the ones that go out there.
Yeah.
There's nothing back there. There's nothing back there. Nope. If it takes you, then I'll just be like, oh, I already told him.
Yeah. And that's all we could do. I mean, if they're not going to believe us, or that's on them. When we told you it's out there, you one walked out there, and
Yeah, and either they seen it or I don't think some of them. I know majority of them here don't believe in it. I mean, they live around here. How could you not see Bigfoot? You know, how could you? I just moved here and I seen like how many and heard how many.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I think they choose not to. I'm thinking, or they just avoid it. I'm thinking. Because I got a friend who used to live in Texarkana.
Yep.
And she's just like, oh, I heard they're around there. Never seen it. Never heard one of them. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, we got another spot where, I mean, a lot of people tell us that's a place to track. They've got structures, everything all over the place. And then I was at another festival, and there was a person from that same town, same area, and I asked them about Bigfoot. They said, oh, no, I haven't seen, we don't have any there. Yeah.
That's what they say around here, and it's like, they have Boggy Creek too,
Yeah.
It's like it's around here. How could you guys not hear it, see Bigfoot?
Yep.
And the first time I came here, that's what I asked them. You guys have Bigfoot here?
Yep.
And they looked at me like I was crazy.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, and I said, no, I'm serious. Do you guys have Bigfoot here?
Yep.
And they're just looking at me like I was crazy, but hey, at least I asked.
Yeah, and that's all we can do if they're not gonna, even look in the woods. They're not gonna find out about Bigfoot until they're at that dumpster, or they're on that hiking path, or they're on that camping trail, or they're at that swimming hole.
Yeah.
They're gonna find out.
It's crazy. I mean, like I said, if they're getting closer to where people live.
Yep.
And then I was telling my dad, I said, they're moving closer, and my dad was telling me they're everywhere. And pretty soon they're not going to be afraid. They're going to be, walking out onto the roads, because some bears do that. He said bears do just come out,
Yep. Yeah, we're talking with another group, and they're saying the same thing. It's just a matter of time, because it's like they're ready. They're just waiting for the go sign.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It is. Go ahead.
These people around here, they just, I don't know, they don't believe. I'm pretty sure the older ones seen Bigfoot.
Yep.
At least, because where I live, like I said, it's so weird that that nobody's outside. I mean, even the daytime. At first, I wasn't really paying, like I said, I wasn't paying too much attention because, you're taught to mind your own business, and don't be nosy, that kind of thing. So, I wasn't really paying that much attention to it until I started, to look around. I was like, there's nobody out here. There was only one guy named Kevin that used to ride his bike back and forth on the road. And for the past couple of months, I haven't seen him yet.
Yeah.
He's kind of like a special,
Yeah.
He's one of those, and I haven't seen him yet.
I sure hope that's not the autistic person we got a report of missing in that area.
Oh my gosh, he's probably like in his 30s, maybe.
Yeah.
He has glasses, like big glasses.
I don't know about the glasses. I just know he's autistic in that area. He's about that age.
Oh my gosh.
And I believe they said he rode a bike back and forth because he wasn't driving.
Oh my God. No, I haven't seen him yet. He usually rides his bike around.
Okay.
Back and forth.
Okay, I'm gonna talk to another guy and try to get a description also.
Okay.
And but it sounds like the same guy.
Oh my gosh, I haven't seen him yet. His name is Kevin. If he says his name is Kevin, then that's the guy.
Okay.
He rides his bike like around the block or down the road. Even the sheriff that lives down the street, he don't come out whatsoever.
Yep.
And then when we were talking last night, I heard dogs barking where the trees, where the old store was behind there. It's just nothing but forest.
Wow.
I heard the dogs barking last night over there.
Yep. Those dogs will tell you. And just like we talked about the other day about the autistic and how they sound like the children.
Oh yeah, that's what I want to tell you. When my husband first moved down from New Mexico to here, and he had moved to Cypress Bend. You know where that is, right?
Yeah.
Toledo Bend.
Yep.
Right close to that lake, there's a store called BJ's, and it's just a little ways from there. And I guess his brother had rented a trailer there, so they both had moved in there. And at one point, I guess maybe the third night, he said he was sleeping, and he said that all he heard was like jibber jabber, like.
Yep.
And he said that he was like, "What is that noise?" So he creeped towards the kitchen, and his brother came out, and his brother thought that he was watching TV, and he was going to tell him to turn it down. But he told his brother, "There's something, just what is that talking outside? It's not talking. It's like." And he said you could hear it, but when they looked out, they couldn't see anything.
Oh yeah.
And we were watching a movie, and he said that's the same thing I heard by the window. He said.
Yep.
And it was a weird like. I was like, wow. He said that's the same thing I heard, and that was right there by Cypress Bend.
Wow.
There's a lot. I was talking to one of my coworkers here too. Her name is Barbara. She lives over here on Pleasant Hill, and she said that at night, about 3 o'clock in the morning, she has to start up her car because she has to be here at 4 a.m. And she lives in the woods, and she said she hears things at night, when she's starting up her vehicle or getting in.
Mm-hmm.
And she just races to her car, gets in, and takes off.
Yeah, it's outside of her house. It's watching her. It knows when she's gonna come out in the morning. It knows she works in the morning. It knows what time she's gonna come out. It's waiting for her.
It seems that way because she said every morning she could hear it, like trees breaking. Just she could just feel, eyes on her.
Yeah, she needs to change her schedule. And actually, all of y'all need to get day jobs right now. Switch shifts or do.
Yeah.
We don't need y'all on those roads for sure.
Yeah, because I started to think about that when the body spray that I use, because I usually spray the car.
Yep.
And I sprayed, in my room.
Yeah.
And my brother was telling me that because they like that smell too, and my brother goes, I think that one time we went to the last time we went for a walk, he said that they both came in my room because I sprayed it. He said, you think that scent ended up on us and we went for a walk and they smelled that? I said, I don't know, maybe, because I'm usually spraying it in the house.
Yeah.
So, and then I started thinking about that. Oh, wow, I better throw that away. I better throw it away. But
yeah.
I heard that likes perfumes, something that smells good.
Well, that too, but they're real visual. They know female from male.
Oh my God.
And then they would rather choose a male or a child. I mean, a female or a child before, they want to try to take the male strong figure, I guess you would say.
Yeah.
But if they have the opportunity, they're taking everybody.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So is it a monkey or is it half man, half gorilla? What's a Bigfoot anyway?
In the DVD we go through that, but I'll give you the short version. We call it a combination of everything, but not a completion of anything.
Oh.
It has a spider predator DNA. So all it is really is a huge spider with a mask. But it's through the consumption of man has it got a form like man. It's not man, but it's got a form only, and it's only to get closer to us to eat.
Oh, okay.
It's only a predator. And when I think about it, I'm thinking it's just a giant spider that has a face that's got a form like us.
Oh, wow.
Its only thing to do here is eat.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing like a spider. Spider don't care if it's a grasshopper, a roly-poly, a moth, whatever gets close, it eats.
Oh, that is true, yeah.
When we have to look at it, it's got the same attributes as a spider. It builds like where your house is, we call skirting, and that's and you'll see this in the movie too, but it's the wood line. They pull stickers and brush to make a so that you can't see through those woods.
Yeah.
And then a little further past that, what we call chutes, is that they'll put sticks sideways and stickers to make you go around or through a certain area. And then further, you're going to find what we call a corral, and it's trees bent over. You'll find bows there, and this is also in the video. We got perfect pictures of corrals and things like that. But those are the trap areas they want, and every house is going to have this. Every house in the neighborhood is going to have this same thing because they build around people's houses so that if they can get them out of that house and run into the woods, they've got them. Because if they run this way, we got a trap over there. If the people run this way, we got a trap over there.
Yeah.
Those woods are already trapped.
I was watching this one movie. It's called, I think it's called Primal. Is it Primal Rage?
Yep, Primal Rage. I know that one. That's actually accurate, pretty accurate.
Oh, is it that one where they're running around like in the woods and they have bows and arrows and stuff?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, okay. I seen that one. Yeah, I seen that the other night.
Yeah, Bigfoots use clubs. They use spears.
Oh wow! I was just like, I wonder. I was telling my husband. I said, I wonder if they really do use that.
Yep, they do. We found them, and we actually got some that we've taken from them.
Oh wow!
Yeah, we're probably the only people that's got some of their weapons.
How did you guys get them? Did you guys just find them in the woods?
Well, whenever we're tracking, we look at all their ambush spots, and well, we know where their ambush spots are, so we go to those places and we do our scouting, and that's where we find all these weapons and everything. They're always in the ambush spots or underbrush. And actually, one of the first, like a club that's just in your hand kind of thing.
Yeah.
Actually, if you get to watch this later, I'm gonna hold it up here if I can get my. We're looking for that one right now because we got a whole bunch of them. You know what I mean? Long clubs, short clubs. We didn't get the real big spear that we wanted because that was a little dangerous because they knew that we was in there. If we would have grabbed that one, then they would have knew what we're there for.
Yeah.
But I'm sure we'll find it before this is over, and I'll hold it up here if you look at this later.
Okay.
But yeah, they use clubs, spears, what we call land spikes. So there'll be a. Have you seen the bows in the forest yet? The bent over trees, that looks like a arc.
I seen plenty of those here. They're like behind the store. Like I said, by the organics.
Yep.
They're like it's like they're bent over, and that's what I told my coworkers. I said, "There's no way a tree's gonna one by one, like in a circle, the tree's gonna bend down like that itself."
Yeah. Every bow is designed for the size of the prey. So if you've got a deer that comes through there, it's going to be bent over about 5 foot, maybe 4.5 foot tall. You're going to have a bow or a curve. But if it's set for people, you're going to find that it's about 6 foot usually.
Yeah, these were like big trees, where you just bend them over, like how they're thick, and then they start to get thin, and then they're like bent over, like I don't know how many of them, but it's right in the back.
Every bow will have a Bigfoot, so what they're doing is they're expecting a lot of people to come running out, or a lot of deer coming running out, and all those bows will be the size of humans. And the Bigfoots actually have they can use their skin for translucency, so they'll also use the skin of a dead Bigfoot to use as an invisible sack or an invisible box.
Oh wow!
And underneath those bows, they will sit there and wait for the other Bigfoots to funnel prey into them. And you'll see like things deer disappear, cats, dogs, and you can even see this on home video sometimes. All of a sudden that cat just disappears or the cat just shows up. But it's in a bag or it's in a box. And they also, through our Indian stories, they talk about the big hairy woman that steals children, that she would come and she would use a sap and slap the kids across the eyes.
Yeah.
And then take them back to their lair or their tunnels and everything. They do have fire. They can use fire, and they do use it. And the way the children escaped from that time was that they leaned forward to where the fire was, and the sap melted. And they did that with all the children. And when the big hairy woman came back, they pushed that thing into the fire, and they all ran.
That's actually I heard a story similar to that when I was little. My grandma always used to tell us don't go running outside. Don't go too far because there's a hairy human being that has a sack. They throw you in their sacks and then they're going to take off with you. You're never going to see your family again.
Well, there you go. You have the story.
Yeah.
And
I didn't know what my grandma meant by it. Now that you had mentioned that, so I'm like, well, this is what, like now I'm thinking this is what she was talking about. I didn't know what she was talking about then. All I know is that, it's probably someone, like another person stealing kids. That's what I was thinking.
Yep.
It was so strange. She had so many stories. Like she used to be at boarding school up in the Triska Mountains, and she said that a bunch of kids had run off from the boarding school, and they were trying to find their way home, and they were like climbing, trees and stuff. Every time they hear howlings or yelling, yells in the woods. And my grandma told me one by one, something would take them. And the last two that survived, the Rangers got them. And when they took the Rangers back to where they were running from, there was nothing but bones, clothes, and shoes of little children.
Yep.
So she used to tell us stories like that. And it was the last one she told me was just on my grandma on my dad's side. She told me that this lady and her son were going back over the Navona Pass, and it was in the winter time. Their car had stalled out, so the guy started walking, I guess, over the mountain by himself, and he left his mom and I think his little sister in there. And something was circling their vehicle, shaking it, trying to push it over. And by the time the guy and an officer, Navajo Nation police officer, had showed back up, it was in the morning hours, and the lady and the little girl were, so far underneath, the seats that the child had, wouldn't come out.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking, oh, maybe this is what they were, they were talking about, is what she, what they told her, because they're out there, and it's crazy. All this time I thought they were just like stories that my grandma made up, just to scare us.
Yeah, a lot of the older ones would tell us those stories that they were as truthful as they could be because they didn't have the information that we have now at that time.
Yeah.
And whenever we talk about the translucency, the bags with the Bigfoots and things like that, we've actually seen the bags on their backs in other people's videos.
Yeah.
And the people didn't pick that up, so we had to point that out, that Bigfoot has a bag on its back. And then when they really looked at it, like, yeah, they do, and there's something in that bag.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what my grandma on my dad's side used to tell us when we were little. Now, my grandma on my mom's side, she lives in the Navona Pass. She's the one that has a log cabin up there.
Yeah.
She's the one that used to feed, feed the monkey.
Yeah.
And she's what she used to call it. It's little monkey, but everybody thought she was losing it.
Yeah.
But when I saw the tracks, that's when I was like, I know what she's talking about now.
Yeah.
I know what she's talking about. And when you sit back here in Walmart on the side, you can smell some nasty ass stuff. It's nasty.
Yeah.
Sewer and
those are Bigfoots.
Yeah, you can smell it.
Oh
and
yeah.
It's creepy back here. It's on the side of the building.
It's out there.
Yeah.
And it's waiting.
Hopefully there's a girl that comes out here and empties the trash or something. I don't know what she does out here, but I think she's the one that starts hearing it now. And I told her, I said, you better be careful when you come up by yourself, because it's watching, most likely, because I can hear it. I hear it when I'm going in the back.
Yeah.
So now she hears it. Now she's scared too.
Yeah, I mean it's not a peaceful thing that it's hunting back there. It's looking for food.
I think like I said, I think it killed that girl that was missing for a while.
Yep.
Yeah, because the officers were saying she had long scratches on her legs, you know, like claw marks.
Yep, it was.
I said, how you can have claw marks when you barely have stickers, you know, grabbing your shirt? It's a different cut.
Yep.
And the officers were saying, oh, you know, she just died of some drug overdose. But the people that actually were there trying to get her out, you know, from underneath that big bush that had thorns on it, they were telling the coworkers that she must have been afraid of something, because she crawled way in there and it looked like she was kicking.
Yeah, she was.
And they found her, I think, 4 days. She was missing for 4 days, and they found her. They found her wallet behind the Tractor Supply, and then her keys here at Walmart. She left her car here, and then I don't know, her ID somewhere under a bridge. So I don't know when she was running from she was probably running from something.
Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, that's crazy.
And you know, that could be a situation for anybody.
Yeah.
Especially people who don't know about these things.
Yeah. And it's crazy around here.
So how are we looking? You know, you can always transfer to the Gallup one.
Yeah, see, that's what I wanted to do. I was thinking of going to maybe to Farmington or something like that.
Okay. Good
place. I think
place.
Farmington will be a lot better, or either Albuquerque's a crazy place to live. I used to live out there too.
Yeah, yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, but do they roam around in the desert too?
Yeah, they're everywhere. Well, mostly, there are also huge spiders that mostly they're the ones that run the desert.
What about those those big snakes?
Well, I mean, I've actually got pictures of large snakes, but you're probably thinking like, I think the biggest one I've seen was probably about, I want to say 15 or no, it's probably about 20 foot, but it was the width of like maybe 4 footballs, you know, together, the wideness.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen those.
Oh. The reason why I was asking is because my uncle, my dad's brother, guess he was coming back from work, and he was going pretty fast, you know, back down to his house on a dirt road, and he had, you know, he thought he drove over. I mean, he drove over something. So when the vehicle jumped, you know, it jumped, and my cousin was behind him, and they stopped. So my uncle just kept going, and my cousin was saying, told my uncle, you just drove over a big snake, and they said it was big, like really big, and the next couple of days, I guess a lady that lived a little ways from where my uncle is, she was watching TV or something, and the snake was looking in with her from the window.
Wow.
And they said it was big. And there's like a little, like a hole where they live, it's like a little canyon, and there's a big round circle, kind of like the way that Winter Rock looks.
Yeah.
But it's a big circle. I think it was maybe a volcano hole.
Mm-hmm.
Is it round like that? And my uncle said that they think that it lives in that hole in there.
Yeah. We also got some reports of like creatures that are serpent, but they got bird-like faces or beaks.
Uh-huh.
And there's also there's Bigfoots that have snake heads.
Oh wow!
They look just like a rattlesnake with their head.
Wow.
Those things are very. There's something that we see them, but we don't want other people to see these things.
Yeah.
I mean, we're for us, we're not used to it, but we've prepared ourselves to find the most gruesomest, vicious. We prepared that.
Yeah.
So that whenever we see like the serpent head, the viper heads, the dog man, the snarling teeth, we're like, okay, well, that's just a different version, but it doesn't affect us as, someone who doesn't or hasn't prepared for that.
Yeah.
Because when people see a rattlesnake face Bigfoot, with claws and fangs, that pretty well shuts a lot of people down.
Yeah, and that's what my uncle and I guess my cousin seen, and it's so weird because where Gallup is a city, and when you head towards north, you'll run into a place called Twin Lakes, New Mexico, and it's just like dry, like the desert type, tumbleweeds and a few trees here and there. And when my brother Junior was I was probably 16. My brother was 17, but my older cousin Lee, he was 22, I believe. And the rest of my little cousins were like 14, 15 years old. See, Lee, at night, he can't see, but in the daytime, he has sight. But only at night, he can't see. And I guess they were probably maybe about a mile and a half away from a wash that we had in Twin Lakes. It was an arroyo is like a big old wash. So this was, I guess, in the winter time, and they had Lee hanging onto a bike, and they were walking across the field. So before they got to the wash, they told him, hang on to the bike because we're going to go down and we're going to come back up. But just don't let go. And this was probably about 11:30, 12, at night. Like I said, my cousin, even they weren't scared to walk around at night.
Yeah.
And my brother said the moon was shining. And before they got to the wash, my brother said that there was something walking across the wash. It was like grunting and sniffing around, with his nose up in the air. Just, and then my brother goes, it's Bigfoot. So the boys said they were standing there watching it. They were all watching it. So they sat down next to their bikes. So they were just watching it. And they said they were scared. They were scared. And it didn't notice them, but it was sniffing around. And it got so far down the wash that they told my cousin Lee, don't trip, try not to trip. We're going to go down the wash. Once we get to the top, we're going to start running. Just hang on to the bike. We're going to run to Aunt Betty's house. So my brother said they did that. They started running, but he kept an eye on, it walking down, and they just kept running. All that Bigfoot did was turn around and stared at them while they made it to my Aunt Betty's house.
I'm glad they made it.
Mm-hmm. And he said that he told me it's around. He said, "Be careful, it's around. It's around." And this was like in the desert, but the only thing is, Tehachapi Mountain's not that far away. It's probably like maybe 10 miles away from Twin Lakes. The Mexican Springs, that back road, it goes up to the mountains. So what my dad was saying was it probably comes down to the wash because people throw their trash, like food, fruits and stuff, down in that wash. So he was saying whatever comes down probably eats off of that stuff that people throw away.
Yeah.
My dad didn't believe us at all.
Wow.
My dad did not believe us.
Wow.
Until one day, I guess 3:00 in the morning, he had to go to work, and he went to go start his truck. As he turned around, he said he was going to go back into the house. He said that I saw something black standing there right by Nate's truck, tall and big, red eyes just staring at me. Didn't move, he said. He said, I just ignored it, just went back in, and he said he locked the door. He didn't even go take off to work until the sun came up.
Yeah, I'd have probably left the car running, just went inside the house and all right.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. He was like, I wasn't about to call the police because they're not going to believe me. So he just said that he told my mom, and my mom was scared. But like I said, my dad has guns.
Yep.
So they just waited it out until the sun came out, and he went out, and he said that where it was, there was no tracks because it's kind of like my dad worked for the road construction. He worked for NECA Construction. He was a field superintendent. So, he's really good friends with his boss. So they have like sidewalks and stuff, put in around his house and stuff like that. So where it was standing, there was like a little cement area. So it probably stood right there because my dad said it was just right in the corner of that house.
Oh, yeah.
And I told him, I said, I told you there was something around there. I don't know if it's a skinwalker. I don't know what it is, but it's tall, it's big, and it's hairy, I told him.
Yeah.
But you guys did not believe me. I said, you guys did not believe me. I would never go outside out there, I told him.
Yeah.
And people believe it around there.
Now, I mean, there were so many that didn't believe, especially like what you were saying. Your father didn't even believe you until he seen it himself.
Yep, he sure didn't until he saw it himself.
And that's what a lot of people do, and also cars and homes are ambush spots.
Wow.
They know whenever that car comes in, you're going to go back to it. So they're going to get on the back side of it. Like he just said, it was on the other side of that vehicle waiting for him to come out.
It was standing behind my brother's SUV.
Yep, and because it knows your father came out at a certain time every day or whenever he was going to work.
Yeah.
Just like they know what time you're going to work.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking when I was coming to work about 2:00, and I was just like, I kept looking towards the woods. I wonder if it's staring from there. It
is. Did you hear the bird or the chirps or anything when you come out?
Yeah, there was birds chirping and stuff.
What we say is hear a bird, find a bird. We always have to make sure if that's a bird, we want to know it's a bird.
Yeah, it's just it's you have to really look around. I really look around now.
Good. Well, you're doing some. I mean, you may not think about it, but you're doing some important work for your family right now.
Yeah. It's kind of scary, but I've been talking to my dad, and I was telling him it looks like I'll be moving home because this place is scary.
Yeah, it's packed over there.
It's. I told my brother Junior, my brother Junior, he really believes in Bigfoot. I mean, he's the one that's seen it, every time when he was little.
Yeah.
and he's really fascinated by them. He even he even went all the way to Earl's when he found out that Finding Bigfoot, you know, that crew,
Yeah.
when they were there at Earl's. He even went all the way over there, stood in line and everything. Took pictures with him and everything.
It's a good show, huh?
Oh, he loves stuff like that.
Oh, what I mean is they're just a show. They're not there to track. They're not there to
Entertainment.
Like to really investigate.
Yeah, they're entertainment.
It seems that way. It seems that way. When I talked to my Moneymaker,
Yep.
he was really interested in it, but he was trying to find someone to come down, like, to where we live, and to see if someone could, you know, like, track it
Yep.
or take pictures, you know, of what we, you know, where that area was.
Yep.
But basically, nobody showed up.
Yep.
Except for that guy, Steve.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's the one that wanted to come down and see where it was at. But the thing is, what I told him was, I don't really want to tell anyone because, you know, they might hurt it. And just because of what my grandma was telling me.
Yeah.
And then he told me, I'm not afraid of it. Don't be afraid of it. I said, that way that big thing looks, yeah, I'm afraid of it. I said,
Yeah.
even the little one looks big.
Yeah, it is.
Little one.
Yep.
And if you really look at that picture, you know, where the crackling noise, you know, where my daughter got scared when she was driving.
Uh-huh.
If you look at those trees, the tip of those trees, they're broken.
Oh, yeah.
And if you look down on one of those trees, you know, there's like, you know how a bear takes off the limbs, you know, off the trees or the sides of the trees.
Yep.
If you look at that tree's like that. Like
Yep.
It's a marquee.
Oh, yeah, it is. It is. And that they also use those shavings or the bark for their bedding and things like that, too.
Yeah. And I was talking to my brother and my son about that, and they said, Mom, my son goes, Mom, that's where every time when we go there, that's where it comes out from.
Yeah.
So I told him, I said, that's probably their landmark to show, you know, that's where they need to go to go to wherever they need to go.
Yeah, they'll lay a tree over a fence, or it'll be a tree kind of just bent over, and those are markers as like safe traveling areas.
Yeah.
And you'll see that between homes. You'll go, if you go between and find the best possible blinded area for them to pass, you're gonna find that tree.
I seen like what I seen in that video, because I was looking at it. When you're going through Manny, the actual town of Manny, and you look at the trees when you're like driving through.
Yep.
Every here, you know, like here and there, you'll spot one of those trees that look exactly like the one in that video, where, you know, certain parts are missing from the tree. They're like carved out.
Yep.
And I'm thinking, maybe that's their land. That's a landmark too.
Yeah, they're all markers. You know, traveling markers, hunting markers, where traps are, where water is, and things like that. I mean, the whole area is mapped out for them.
Yes, it seems that way.
Yep.
And what my husband saw, the red eyes and the body, you know, half of it, it was right in the center of Manny. It was right next to an abandoned building.
Yep.
It walked out from there.
Yep.
Towards the car. That's when he was like, watch out! I thought it was a deer jumping out. Instead of looking to my left, I just automatically just turned the steering wheel onto my left side, and we went onto the other side of the road. oh my God, it scared me. He goes, did you see that? And I said, all I saw was brown. What
Yeah.
was it? He said, it's Bigfoot. It's red eyes. I saw it.
Hey.
I said, oh my God. I said, you scared me. I said, you think we should call the cops? And then he told me, what are you going to tell them? He saw a big hairy ape and it came out from the middle of town.
Yep.
They're not going to believe us. Yeah,
Yep.
but I'm not thinking about myself. I said, remember the guy that works at Burger King? I said, he rides his 10-speed through here.
Yep.
That guy rides his 10-speed bike through Manny all the way back to Fisher in the middle of the road all the way home after midnight.
Wow.
I told him, I said, what if it takes him? And then he goes, you're right. But what are we going to tell the cops? I said, I don't know. So I guess that's one of my daughter's friends. So she went and contacted him, and he was already home.
Good.
So she just told him that, there's something out there. There's Bigfoot on the side of the road. But of course, he didn't believe us. So.
Well, they're going to find out themselves.
Yeah. But that's what we see in the middle of Maine.
Yep. They're in towns and sheds. We found them in the shed behind a hotel that they rented, but in the backyard there was a cooking area and there was a shed kind of in the bushes, and we tracked tracks right into the very center of this town.
Wow.
And we've got prints, and pictures that's even on that video of that where it jumped off the house that we was at, and it landed in some kind of a soft front yard, so it went down maybe about a foot down into the ground because it jumped off the house.
Yeah.
And that's in the video too, with the claw marks and scrapes and everything too.
Oh wow. Yeah, I believe that it has they have long nails that look like claws.
Yep, they do.
Because that's what I seen that one night when I was little.
Yep.
With that stringy hair.
Yep.
And just that boom, 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 boom. You can tell it was a heavy person because you could hear boom, 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 boom beside, and all the dogs started chasing him.
Oh wow! Hope all the dogs made it back.
Oh, I don't know. I was too scared to look out.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was.
Oh yeah.
I believe back in when was 2005. I used to go to school at UNM. And I think it was my second year. Anyway, in 2005, one of my coworkers, she was telling me about her brother and his girlfriend, and she said we were right there, right by Twin Lakes, the Coyote Canyon Junction, and the guy was going too fast, she said. And he went and hit something. And my brother hit something. And he just went straight home. He told his wife that he thinks that he hit, like a man.
Like a Bigfoot.
Yeah, like a human.
Yeah.
And she thinks he went and told his wife, I think I hit a drunk man on the road. I think I hit someone hitchhiking. And his wife got after him and told him, you need to go back. You need to go back and check if you really did hit a human. And I guess he was scared, so his wife ended up going back with him to Twin Lakes. And when they stopped, he said, I hit that person right here. And you see this dark mark right here. So the lady and him, I guess they jumped off and wanted to see if it was, where the body was, if he really did hit someone. So they went a little ways from the light, and I guess they had hit something hairy, like hairy, with the bottom of the feet had like black, not skin, but it was black. The foot was black, like dark.
Mm-hmm.
and they had hair all over the legs. And they got scared, and I guess the lady ran back. So she called the police, and the Navajo Nation police came. The cops called the rangers, and they came. And then some more rangers came, and they moved the two individuals away from that site. They covered it. They put it in, instead of the ambulance, the ambulance came, but they never went up to whatever was hit. The Navajo Rangers covered it, and they put it in back of their truck. And to this day, it's been since 2005. I contacted my friend, and she said that the insurance company will not fix that car because the police officers could not find the police report. And they were upset. And to this day, she said barely last year they finished paying off that car because they don't want their vehicle, like they don't want repo or, bad credit on their, bad credit, so they had to pay it off. But still, to this day, she said the insurance company won't pay for it because the police officers don't have a police report yet.
Yeah, they seem to misplace those.
Yeah, and my dad, I was talking to my dad about that. It was even in the Gallup Independent that said that couple hit Skinwalker, or Skinwalker supposedly hit, or something like that.
Yeah.
And then my dad goes, right after that happened, 2 days later, he said that he was then start his truck. I think about 6 or 6:30 in the morning. And my dad said that he went to go start his truck, and he heard this loud crying. Ooh, like something crying, like warning, like ooh, and then all the way down in the wash, all the way down. He said it was going down towards Coyote Canyon, and 3 nights in a row, my dad said that you could just hear howling, crying, like they were looking for something.
Yeah.
Then my dad said it was probably a baby that your friend's brother hit. It's Bigfoot. It's probably the baby that got hit. It's probably the mother and the father looking for that baby.
Man, it would be something to get to talk with these people on about this also.
Yeah, and my dad was, of course we were all sad because, it's probably baby Bigfoot that got hit. And what did they do to the body, though? You know, if the Rangers took it.
Yeah, those usually get turned over to a higher authority, they say.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, I know they have that Bigfoot, UFO, something Rangers with the Navajo Nation.
Okay, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, I forgot what they were called, but they investigate like ghosts, Bigfoots, UFOs, sightings, And they have a special group. It's a task force. It's something Rangers. Yeah. So I'm thinking they probably took over that.
Yeah.
Because if the Rangers, if they put it back in that truck, it had to have been them.
Yeah, and they had to have known about these things to be that calm around it.
Yeah.
To do their job.
Yeah, and my friend's brother and the wife were still upset because this been since 2005.
Yeah.
And that vehicle's still covered, she said. Vehicle.
Yeah. Yeah, we with a lot of people online and these Facebook groups they're always they're always kind of also with me, they're saying, well, if he's an expert, he should have a body, you know what I mean? And I'm going, there's plenty of people that got bodies. There's plenty of, encounters. There's plenty of people who shot these things, ran over them. But the people on the Facebook and things like that who don't leave their homes or stay in the cities, or even though they have some in the cities, they don't see it. They don't go out and try to make sure that we're not lying. They'd rather stay in the house and ridicule or say that's not true. Whenever we've got people who's ran them over, shot at them, or shot them, or the grandmothers have been telling us.
Yeah. Yeah, they're they're too quick to judge and too quick to call people liars, and there are bodies, like what my best friend, her brother, the wife seen the bottom foot of what they hit. It was laying in it, and they said it was blood, everywhere.
Yeah.
And then a couple of days later, my dad said, there's an animal crying, going up and down the wash. It sounded like it was in mourning. It was crying. Oh, after I heard that, I felt so bad. It's just like it's probably a baby. The baby wandered off, and
well,
the father was waiting for it to come back. And
well, what happens is the smaller Bigfoots will cross a road in front of somebody if they're going around 55 miles per hour. So your friends are probably going a little faster than that.
Yeah.
And they cross, so the people will stop and get out of their cars. So they actually, by hitting the Bigfoot, actually saved their own lives. Because they would have got out, they would have said, "Oh, that's a small one, no problem." But then when they get out, the bigger ones are waiting in the tree line or in that ditch.
Yeah.
So they saved their own lives by doing that.
Yeah, it was. They were freaked out by it. It was even in the paper. I don't know if you would go to the Independent and look it up under archives. So it's probably going to pop up. Something about people hitting Skinwalker, or Skinwalker was hit, or something like that. It was in the paper, though. I remember I was going to school at UNF then, and I seen it. People were passing the Gallup Independent around, and that's when it got to one of my good friend, and she said it wasn't a Skinwalker, it was Bigfoot. I think they hit. She said. Yeah. That's when she started telling me that's my brother. My brother's the one that hit that.
Oh wow!
And that was, and that's when I knew, where my parents, because it was right across from where my parents lived in Twin Lakes.
Wow.
By Coyote Canyon.
Yep.
That's where it got hit.
Yeah,
and, that's where my dad seen it.
We was talking how let's not feel bad about the smaller ones, because those smaller ones will eat you too,
Yeah.
And we've been warning people that they'll also shoot a deer out in front of somebody, or a hog, just to get them to hit or to stop and get out.
Oh, wow.
And it's usually the lone vehicle going 55 miles per hour is what they try to do. But if you're going faster, you're either going to clip them or they're going to shoot across that road, because they know 55 miles per hour. But 65 and 70, they have to adjust, and most of them don't adjust to it.
Yeah. I think the guy was speeding, because he was scared, and he was saying because he didn't even know what he hit.
Yeah.
He thought it was a pedestrian walking on the road, because a lot of people right there at Coyote Canyon Junction, they stand there hitchhiking home, and that's where they usually get hit.
Well, that's also, they may be getting hit there, but it may be that the Bigfoot has scared them out into the road too.
Something, because my brother said that he was walking back one time. He was at a party with his with one of his friends, and he was walking back with it was actually with my son. I guess he contacted my son and told him, "Are you at Grandma's?" And my son said, "Yeah, I'm here at Grandma's." Well, I'm kind of afraid to walk back up on myself. I'm getting dropped off right down here at the road. You think you and Bart can come for me? And my son said, okay, you know.
Yeah.
And they said they're not afraid to walk around at night, so I guess they started walking from the main 491 to the house. It's probably half a mile. So they walked down, they got it, they were walking back up, and he said that they were real quiet. They were walking, and then I guess my brother pushed my son back behind him, and he looked at them, and then Bart looked at my brother, and then he pointed in front of him, and he said it was tall, hairy, black, real tall. Didn't that thing, he said, I don't know if he's seen us, but he literally walked across the road in front of us, he said.
Yep.
It just walked. He said it was scary, just, seeing that. So they just stood there. They just stood there for a while until it got to the next road. After it crossed it, they started running. Yep. I was like, wow, this is crazy. And he said it was tall and big. He said it was hairy. I'm like, I told you guys not to go running around at night. There's things in that arroyo, that ditch. They come out from the mountains.
Yep.
But there's a lot where my parents live too.
Yep. Yeah, the people just have to understand that these things are real, and we need to get our areas clear.
Oh gosh, yeah, especially for elderly, because where my parents live, there's nothing but elderlies that live around there. All the younger kids have moved away.
Yeah.
And just my dad, his brother, and his cousins, they live around there. And something but elderly. And my dad has guns, though. I just tell him to be careful because you never know not to go outside. He doesn't go outside no more.
Good. I mean, especially in the occupied area, it's very important not to be out unless we have to be out.
Okay, I have a question. In that same area, we were living behind my parents at the time, and we were getting our plumbing, the plumbing and stuff into the house, but we had to get one of those portable potties, the one you're at, the ones that are with water, hook up your water and stuff to it.
Yeah.
We had one set up not that far from the house that we were building, and one night we had a 2-story, so we're building a 2-story. So the kids were upstairs, and they were upstairs, and then I told my husband, I said, it's barely 11:30, and then I told him, I said, I need to go to the bathroom. He goes, now? I said, yes, now. So
he said, good luck, though.
I said, you better walk me outside.
Yeah.
And he goes, okay. He's not scared because, he's white, so.
Didn't know.
No, let's go. So we went out, and then my daughter goes, me too. You're my little one.
Yeah.
So he opened the door, and then we walked out. Of course, he ain't going to be looking around me after watching all these crazy, scary movies. I'm going to have to scan everything before I step off the porch.
Yep.
I'm going to be scanning everything. So he gets off the porch and starts, walking. And then he said, let me go check the vehicle first. I know I locked it, but let me go check. So he goes that way, and me and my daughter were standing there. My daughter started to jump off the porch and runs after him. I said, no, wait. So I'm scanning. Right when I was scanning towards a porta potty, I saw something black, tall, Harry, and I don't have my glasses on. This is at night, and the porta potty's like a little ways from the porch. Like you can't really see it, but I know there was something standing there because around my dad's place it's paved. So I had to rub my eyes. I moved towards it. I was looking at it. Oh my God, there's something right there. So I told her, I said, Dwayne. He says, yes. I said, I need your help over here right away. He goes, now? I said, yes, hurry. I said, I need your help with this. And then Collins goes, what is that, Mommy? I said, come here, come on, get on the porch. He said, I said, go get me that thing on the table. She goes, what thing? I said, that thing. So she went inside. So my husband was coming towards me. He goes, what do you need help with? I said, don't turn around. I said, just go back in. I said, I'm following you right now. Do not turn around. And then he said, okay. So we just hurry up, went back in. I closed the door and I locked it. Man, I had chills.
Yeah.
So I told my husband, I said, now peek out this window right here. Look short towards the porta potty. I said, what the hell's that standing there? So he peeks out. He was like, oh, you see it? He said, yes. That's it. It was standing there all that time. You and Collins went up to the car. I said, the reason why I was scoping the area and I wanted to look around is because, first of all, there was no crickets chirping. It was quiet. And my dad's dogs, when we walked out, did not run up to the porch. I said,
yep.
That's the reason why. I said, I was scoping the area and I saw that. And then he's like, I said, what is it? He goes, I don't know. It's big and tall. I said, yes. And look, it was just standing there looking towards the door.
Yep.
Our door that we walked in. Didn't move. So I grabbed the broom and I started knocking on the top where the kids were. I told her, I said, Cam. And then she was, what, Mom? I said, look out the top window over there. Look towards the porta potty. I said, what is that? She goes, oh, what is that? I said, I don't know. And then I said, take a picture of it. And then she goes, I can't, I'm scared. You take a picture of it. So without the flash, I tried taking pictures of it. It was just all dark.
Yeah.
So I called my parents, and my dad was like, I don't see anything. I said, it's right there in front of the porta potty.
Yeah.
And he still said, I didn't see anything. I was like, oh, Dad, just go back to sleep. I don't know what time it moved. I was too scared to stand there and watch it.
Yeah.
But after a while, we went back up to the door, and we looked out. It was gone. It was completely gone. I don't know which way it went. But it was just standing there watching the door all that time. I don't know, like you said, if it was waiting for someone to walk out. I don't know.
Yeah.
Even though we walked out, went back in, it still stood there. It wasn't scared. It stood there straight looking at the door.
Well, I mean, the way you did it, as far as saying, don't look and let's just go in, it didn't really get a good inclination that you knew it was there.
Yeah.
That is also how we catch the Bigfoots on video, is we know it's there, but we'll film, like we'll do a slow pan or a slow scan, and we'll slow down right where it's at, but we don't stop on it. We keep going, and then we'll come back and forth like that. But what we're doing is we're getting it on video without it knowing that we're focusing on it.
Okay.
And that's how we get the clear video and the pictures. Whenever you pretend that you don't see it, like if you see it, you say, take a picture of me, but take a picture over my right shoulder. Make it look like you're taking a picture of your friend, but you take a picture of whatever you're looking at in the background.
It was a scary moment, you know.
Yes.
Is it gonna run towards the door?
Yep.
And I even had a Navajo police officer from Shiprock show up at my house. That Bigfoot almost came in with us.
Wow.
We had trash, like trash behind the house, 2 bags of trash that we were gonna take to Gallup, to throw it off.
Yeah.
At one of the local dumps.
Yeah.
That time that was really, really scary, because my daughter was telling me, Mom, when you went on your training with these guys, we stayed by ourselves, and something walked real big and tall, walked by the window, and we seen it. So then I figured, I wonder what that was. And then a couple of days later, we were sleeping, and then we heard, something digging in the trash.
Yeah.
And we heard like, I was like, what the heck is that? So I woke up my husband. What is that? He goes, I don't know, but you can hear it like against the house, boom, boom, like digging in it, but it keeps hitting the wall. And it started going towards the door. That's when I started scaring myself. I told my husband, I said, what if it comes into the door? What if it's coming? It can hear it towards the door. And then the kids were on the top. They're like, Mom, what if it comes in? I called my parents in. My dad brought out his gun, and my brother actually was the one that was shooting at it.
Good.
He said it ran off towards the dark, sis. You guys want to sleep over here? I said, yes. So we went to his house.
I'd be like, you ain't even asking me. I'm already in the car.
I told him, I said, yes. He said that. He even told me, before you called, something picked up Dad's dog, Rambo, picked it up and threw it into the trailer, sis. See this big dent right here? He said. And there was a big dent in his front door.
Wow.
On his trailer door.
They threw the dog into the door?
Yeah.
Wow.
And after that, I got scared of it. That's why I moved from there too.
Yeah.
I don't live around my church.
Yeah.
I told my dad goes, I got all my guns, he said.
Yeah.
He has all the steel windows, the things that block it, the doors, the frames, everything.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Yeah, we prepare for the worst, but we hope for the best.
Yeah.
So always prepare wherever you go. Prepare. Do your your legwork. Look around your homes. Look around your neighborhoods. Talk to people. Find out if they see anything, heard anything, before you decide. Like, hey, this is the spot for us.
Yeah, I'm thinking of moving to what. I heard that there's Bigfoot over there too in Farmington. By the casino too.
Okay, so.
What do you call that lake? Or is it the river? That San Juan River? I
think so, isn't it?
Yeah, it was on the news too. Some saw a San Juan KOBF or something like that. There was a guy walking home, and he said that it crossed his path, and he just started running back towards the casino. It was on the news.
Wow. Yeah, even in that video, whenever we're doing the night observations, there's some young ones who didn't believe in. Well, one did, but the other one didn't. And so you see him on thermals walking right past, these hot spots until he sees what we're doing, and we show him Bigfoots in the area and everything. But another guy in the same time knows that we're over at our friend's house, but he doesn't know we're doing observations. So he walks from his house to where we're at, and he scares some of the guy or one of the guys who was there, because he's walking up in the dark and we're looking at Bigfoots, So he's walking like like it's no big deal. And then when he comes up, you'll hear him on the tape go, something big just walked in front of me. And I think it was a bear. And I'm like, well, you think that was a bear? And then I said, well, come over here and look at this Bigfoot right here. And I show him on the night vision, the thermals. And, oh my goodness. But he walked home later, after everything kind of calmed down.
Yeah.
And I'm going, what are you? And since we had night vision, I said the best I could do is give you as much light as I can give it till you're as far as you could go,
Yeah.
So, but he made it home and everything, but he does know, like everyone there, and that place is called Green Hill Monster Road. That's in Tallahena, Oklahoma. It's a famous road for so many cryptids and Bigfoots and things like that.
Oh wow! I didn't know there were some. I mean, out there. I never. The only place I went to in Oklahoma was Oklahoma City. Yeah.
Now Oklahoma City and those areas, they have some up in those parks. Up in Tulsa, they have some in those Keystone Park and Sandstone or Sand River Park area. They have some, and we, like last year, we had a report which our friends didn't get to follow up because the people had moved from that state or from here to another state, but one guy was found with no blood. The other person who was stalked, she had to have evaluations, and she was kind of in a treatment facility because she was talking about the big gray man. And it followed her, and she didn't go back to her camp. She cut through the woods, and luckily there was another car up there that she had made it to, and people were coming by and grabbed her.
Oh wow!
But it was on her right after her.
Wow!
And we tried to get that report back, but they took her for evaluations because she was an eyewitness, and that's pretty much the last we heard from the authoritative people who gave her an evaluation.
Oh wow!
Yeah, she was shut up about it, and they sent her to another place.
Wow. Yeah, but these, I mean, we do know that they're around, because we definitely seen it.
Yeah.
Smelled it.
Yeah.
I heard a lot here. The yells, screams. Ugh.
Yeah.
But one thing I haven't around here would be the wood knocking.
Okay.
I don't hear that yet. I just heard the roar, the sounding like a deep, how a deep man's voice.
Yep.
And I'm just like, oh my God.
Yeah.
That's a man yelling, but it sounded like a man, but it wasn't a man.
Yep.
Yeah, it was too loud to be human. That's what I heard here. But wood knockings, I haven't heard no wood knockings yet.
Yeah, most of the wood knockings, those are for location to let the ones underground know that prey is in the area. So you're going to hear wood knockings more in the forest areas, a little deeper in.
See, that's what I was wondering about that because like I said, when I was little, me and my brother Junior used to go with my grandparents to the mountains, like way deep in the mountains, where you can, so where they can get, collect wood for firewood. And my grandpa would always be, that time, they only had axe and, saws. And my grandparents would be sawing, and then me and my brother would be playing by the truck, but you would hear boom, 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 and it would be like all around us. And I always think to myself, wow, there's a lot of people, collecting wood out here. I wonder how many people are here. Not knowing that it was, them.
Yeah. Out there watching y'all.
Yeah, just the four of us too. And it's just, it's crazy. I never knew about any of this when I was little. I just thought there was a bunch of people collecting wood.
Oh yeah, I'm glad you're here with us today.
I know. I'm glad I'm able to take me.
Yeah.
I was telling my dad
Good.
God.
I mean, because there are a lot of missing people, and we've like right now, I think we've got a total of 16 that we know of, and even some in your area. So and this is like in the last 2 weeks, I think, a week and a half.
Oh no, maybe Kevin too. He
Yeah.
got it right, Mike.
Yeah, maybe him too. We gotta try to confirm on that one too.
Wow. I haven't seen him yet. Usually he'll be outside, like if I'm going to work or if, I'm going to the post office, like in the morning or something, he'll be riding his bike or actually mowing his lawn, but I haven't seen Kevin yet.
Yeah. I sure hope that's not the same person we're talking about.
And there's this guy, this guy, he lives
Kevin.
behind. He's
Okay.
always leaving 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't know what he does. I think he's one of those, like people that collect like junk, to resell.
Yeah.
I think he's one of those. I haven't heard his vehicle leave his house for the last 3 weeks.
Oh no.
And so he goes on Liddy Road all the time that way. I think his family's from Florida. Hopefully the Bigfoot didn't take him too, because usually he's outside like yelling and making all that racket. But like I said, for 3 weeks I haven't heard anything. There's no kids, nothing in the back of the house too, because that's where they live, like right behind us. And no kids, no wife, nothing. His truck is there.
Wow.
I haven't seen. Hopefully, we can take him.
Or the whole family.
Or the whole family, because the kids sleep outside the tent.
What?
The kids sleep outside the tent.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know if it bothered them or what, but they stayed out in the tent for 2 weeks, and all of a sudden they put up a real big high fence. Like a high fence around their house.
Yep.
I'm the only one that's curious, and I was telling my husband, and he said maybe it's because of the stray dogs. Maybe the dogs are peeing on the tent. Maybe that's why they have a fence. I'm just like,
nope.
I said the forest is just right there. Always like bends it like, oh, maybe it's just this. You're just going you're going too far with this, and you never know.
You are actually the only one on point.
Yeah.
The rest of them are the one they're.
Yeah. He's just like barely mends and says, oh, maybe neighborhood dogs went in there and they peed on the tent. Something like that for them to put up a fence. I said, but that high?
Exactly.
Yeah. And he just like, oh, I said the street light went out right there. And then I said, turn on the side light right there. You'll be fine. I'm like, oh.
Oh my goodness. And they'll knock those street lights out. They'll even unscrew them.
That's what my dad was saying. He said that somehow, those really the one with the street lights with they're kind of high.
Yep.
And that it'll be screwed in. Next thing you know, it'll be screwed out a little bit.
Yep, that's all it takes.
My dad was like, "Who climbs up there?"
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, that actually happened to us not too long ago. Except, we're aware of those things, and whenever that street light went out, we was in the vehicle. We hit those lights, turned them on, got the weapons out. Whenever we was closing that gate, the other one had the weapon out. Watching.
Yeah.
That we do things a little different, but we wish everybody would do the same way and notice everything like we do.
Exactly. Then my husband just says, maybe the dog went in there and peed on their tent. That's why they had to put up a fence.
No.
I said, that high?
Yep, you're right.
And then the kids just start laughing. I said, you have to be careful. You have to be careful. I said, that's the reason why Native Americans don't die in these horror movies, because we know what the hell we're doing doing? I said.
Yeah, and what we're looking for. And we're not going to hang around if we ain't got the weapons to hang around with.
And my daughter goes, my native side, my Navajo side said, bitch, don't go in there.
He said, don't go in there.
My white side said, go in there.
Oh, no, don't.
Oh my God. I said, see, your daughter even knows.
Yeah.
I told I said, you're supposed to be Choctaw too. I
Yeah.
said, you're thinking way the opposite of Native American. I said,
Yeah.
you have your blonde hair, I told him.
Yeah. Yeah, the Choctaw side would say, let's get the weapon out. Let's go to war first. Let's kill whatever it is first before we,
That's what I told my husband. I said, it's not taking me. I said, well, you learn the self-defense and everything. And I'm just like, oh my God. And then the coworkers here, if we have a gunman going into Walmart, just grab anything, any type of chance, throw the cans and run. I was like, throwing no can. I'll be the first one out that back door.
Yep.
And the other coworker goes, I'll find some bread running by. I'm gonna throw bread. And I was thinking, oh my God, why are you gonna throw bread? I'm like, I know. See these people. Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
God. It's just funny the way these people think. It's funny, She's like, if I find bread, I'm gonna throw bread. And I'm like, why are you gonna throw bread?
Yeah, just keep it with you. The Bigfoot can make a sandwich.
I told them I'm running out that door. I said the back door. They were laughing.
Yeah, don't wait on me.
But yeah, it's crazy. And then and then these men that are missing, at the lakes.
Yep.
It's like, how's the boat gonna be smashed?
Yeah.
It's clearly they're taking pictures of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's in the lake, but one side is smashed in.
Yep.
And they found one so far away from the first one. How did that body end up way on the other side? And this body was with the boat.
Yep.
And the boat's damaged.
Yep.
And they're like, oh, it's a drowning. Yeah, maybe a drowning, but what happened to the boat?
Yeah.
It seems like people here, they don't know how to investigate
No.
at all. Or they're hiding something,
Yep.
Yeah. And there's so many missing bodies of Wally that is crazy. I heard there's a movie being made there.
Wow.
Yeah, something about Bigfoot. The heck was it called? Oh my God! It starts with an L. My husband knows about it. The guys were talking about it. I guess they were saying it's being made into Wally.
Wow.
But I mean, they have to make something about it around here. I seen that one where it says Maddie.
Mm-hmm.
Louisiana. I think it was on. Was it Destination? What was it called? Monsters of Mysteries. Monsters of Mysteries. It says the heck was it called? Monsters of Mysteries. The Sabine thing. It's under the title Sabine thing.
Sabine thing?
Like
Okay.
the Sabine Parish,
Yeah.
Sabine.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Monsters of Mysteries. It's under Sabine. It's called the Sabine thing, and it's about Mannytown.
Wow.
I think they said guys seen it close to Shreveport, Pleasant Hill, Toledo Bend Lake, and Manny. But it's on Monsters of Mysteries. I have that recorded on my dish. I always tell the kids to watch it. They're like, not again. I say, you gotta be prepared.
Yeah. Actually, before we watch anything else, I would recommend that this DVD be watched And it seems like your family will be able to watch this with you because they've been seeing things and they have questions too.
Yeah, yeah.
And then after that, once you watch anything else, you're gonna see that the other people don't know what they're doing.
It seems that way. Just like I said, yes, it's a drowning, or you think it's a drowning, but you guys aren't even looking at the boat.
Exactly.
Why is it smashed on one side?
Yep.
And you're pulling it out of the lake like that,
Yeah.
But I think a lot of these people around here don't actually really know what you're doing.
No, they don't.
Especially living in Gallup, all the crime and stuff like that. And all the investigations, and you're like, you either have a family member that's an investigator, or a district attorney is married to your relatives, like married to one of your cousins, and you just know how to investigate.
Yep.
And it's funny too, because around here it's really, really different from New Mexico, and here's kind of like the 70s kind of thing.
Yeah.
It seems that way.
Yep.
So, but yeah, it's crazy. But I really am gonna purchase that DVD. I want the kids to look at it, and especially my husband.
Yes.
That way he'll know, like, okay, this is like this, is like this. He actually seen it too when he was a boy.
Yeah, and I think everybody has, because everyone we've talked to, they said, when I was a kid, I remember.
Yeah, and his brother seen it. His brother said it came right up face to face to him.
Wow. And
I guess his daughter was, next to him, and he was trying to shoot it. And somehow one came up, crawling up. He didn't see it while he was shooting at the other.
Yep.
And it came up face to face to him.
Yeah, they have what we call a spider crawl. They'll go to all fours, and they can maneuver right over the grass. You won't even see them until. And they use a weight distribution when they're on all fours. So just like a panther, you're not going to hear it.
Oh, I had a question on that too. One of my coworkers here, she's probably about 18 years old. She said that her dad seen something she didn't see. She said, I don't know if it was a Bigfoot, but what he seen was big, and what he told his family was that it was running on all fours.
Yep.
And then it did that. It stood up and it ran into the forest.
Yep.
So I told her, I said, I think they do go down on all fours, and then I think they can run too.
Yeah, the back legs of a mature Bigfoot, like a juvenile Bigfoot, they can be 10, 12 foot, but they'll still have almost an equal proportion of like a man's body. So that makes it awkward when they go to all fours, and you'll see a weird kind of, but they'll still try it. But when they become mature, the upper body grows longer and the lower body stays low or small, so that whenever they fall over to all fours, it makes like a perfect animal going on all fours.
Yeah, she said that he was saying it looked weird, the way it ran across.
Yeah.
And when it got close to the tree line, he said that he told his daughter it stood up, and that he said that F was big.
Yeah.
I was like, wow. And he just lives like Robaline. You know where Robaline is?
Not right offhand.
Do you know where Natchitoches is?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's between Manny and Natchitoches. That little area is called Robaline.
Okay.
Yeah, he's seen it there. And they have horses, chickens, wolves. I think the guy's from Texas. And he's seen it. He said it was on all fours.
Yeah.
So I told her, I said only one time I seen this one episode where there was a little Bigfoot and it was rubbing his face and head, and it was running on fours. kind of acting like a little chimp.
Yeah.
You know how they rub their face and they run.
Yeah.
I said I seen it on TV. Somebody's backyard. It was running like that. They were saying that those are real pictures of a baby Bigfoot. I said, I think it can run like that.
Yeah, it can. And whenever it gets older, when it becomes more mature, it's more comfortable on all fours.
That's scary. That's.
Yeah, and they can get low, and they will lay in that brush, and it's just like if we was to go out there and lay in high grass, we wouldn't be visible.
See, I think that's what my husband, when he was little, because he said in Mississippi they had that high grass.
Yep.
And he said he was running. He said he was running home because his mom was ready to come home. So he was running in that high grass, and he said all of a sudden he hit something real soft like fur.
Yep.
He fell back, and he said he fell back, jumped up, and he looked, and he said whatever he hit, whatever he ran into, ran the other way. He ran the other way, and they both took off from each other.
Oh wow.
And he was telling me about that. He said, I seen Bigfoot. He said, I believe you. He said, but I said, how come you don't believe me that it's here? He said, because it's just, you're everywhere.
Yep.
Avoid it. I said, that's the reason why I'm afraid that it's going to come in through the door. And he says, they won't come in through the door. There's light. They're all around. I said, you're getting too close. You never know.
Yeah. And they love to hang out in trees. So when you're looking outside, also look at the top of the trees. And also, they will sit in the trees and they will cut out like a little hole for them to visually see you. So look for those holes also. In the leaves, there'll be like like if you pulled just a few leaves from a limb to make you a hole, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're going to see those in trees. If you look at the trees, it'll be in the distance, so they don't have to be right up close to you, but they'll be watching from that high tree.
See, that's what there was a lady, I forgot her name. She's a Navajo lady. She's a Bigfoot tracker.
Okay.
I forgot her name. She camps out by herself in the Chiska Mountains, like the Narbona Pass area.
Yeah.
And she camps out over there. And it was in the newspaper. She said that she believes that Bigfoots live in trees too.
Yeah.
Because she found a couple of nests up there.
Oh yeah, yeah. They'll put blinds up in trees, nest. Well, she may think it's a nest, but it's probably a blind where they hunt. They'll pull trees limbs together to set up there so that they got with their colors where you won't be able to see them. They'll just make a blind up in the tree and just sit there and watch that front and back door.
Oh wow, yeah, that's what it had in the paper. I don't know if she's still doing that. I haven't seen anything in the newspaper yet, but I do know there's a guy up here at the Kisaki area, that national forest.
Yeah, yeah.
We went camping there, and there was a guy he was saying he's a Bigfoot researcher, and he has spent 2 months up there in the mountains by himself. And we were talking to him.
I wish people wouldn't do that.
Yeah, and he was asking us how many kids are in the group, how many women are in the group, like that.
What?
And many males. So we're asking, my husband and the brother were asking him why, and he said if you make too much noise, they'll be coming out.
Oh, okay, yeah, especially with the kids.
Yeah.
They're attracted, and kids taste better, softer meat, the blood's better, the energy's more.
And that night, when he told us that, we had our camps, there was like 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 tents that went around. And something kept brushing up against our tent. on the side.
Yep.
And I kept pushing my husband's arm, and he kept looking at me. He kept shaking his head. Then I guess on the other side, across from us, where his brother and the wife's tent was, they were hearing something behind them in the tree line. So all we heard was Dwayne, and my husband was like, yeah. He goes, did you hear that? And then no, they were talking. So finally, they turn on our tents. They have lights, like little lamps, like where you enter.
Yep.
All you got to do is tap it, and around the tent, the lights come on, kind of like a UFO.
Yep.
So we did that to all the tents, and it lit up everything around us. So they were talking, and they were saying that there's something brushed up against the tent. So basically, what we all did was, because ours is those 10-man tent,
Mm-hmm.
they all came over, and we put them in these little rooms, and then they put up the tiki lights around the tent where we're at.
Yeah.
So basically, they stayed up all night while the kids slept and everything. Right at 6:30 when the sun came up, we packed up everything, we took off.
I'm glad.
And that guy just sat there, drinking his coffee, and he was like, did you guys hear that last night? We're like, yeah, they were around. That was it. We were gone.
Oh yeah. I know if I would have been like you said, they yelled out, was it Dwayne they called out or something?
It was Brian.
Brian?
Brother Brian.
You've been saying, Brian, did you hear that, or are you up? And if he said, yeah, from his tent, I would have said, well, we're in the car.
Oh, my God.
I'm going to drive this truck by your tent. You get in and let's get out of here.
And he's like, I have the guns in here. And I'm just like, well, we don't have guns.
We're coming by to pick you up, bring the guns.
And my husband was like, we're going to go camping again. I said, nope, I'm going to have a shotgun before we go camping again.
With slugs, yes.
Yeah, I said, because that last time it was scary, I said.
Yeah, and they will give you room if they know you have weapons.
Yeah, and it did really, it kept brushing up against the tent. I mean, we put the kids in the middle, and there's a big tent, and it was, you could hear it, like brushing by the tent. You could hear it.
Yeah.
And they don't have we don't have no cell service, nothing.
And always remember, there's more than one, and most of the time where they're occupied, there is no cell service.
Mm-hmm.
And that's designed that way for them to feed.
After hearing that about raping women and eating them alive,
yep.
Nope, there's no way I'm going camping again.
No.
I'm calling my tent.
Yep. And if you do happen to go out in something like that, make sure it's like a travel trailer or something that's got some kind of a little more protection than that nylon tent.
See, that's what I told my husband. I said, we're going to get one of those travel trailers, the ones that you just hook up to a vehicle. That way, I'll sleep in that. If you guys want to sleep on the ground, you guys can.
Yeah.
We'll be safe in the travel trailer.
Yeah, and tell them, say, if you got something out there, because I'm telling you not to sleep outside, but if you're knocking on that door, it may take me a second to decide, am I going to open this door? Because I warned them. Who is it?
Because, it's crazy.
Like, we're not home. We're not home. It is.
I was telling him too. I said, all these tornadoes and hurricanes, why won't they move on? He goes, maybe they do, and then they come back. Yeah, that's true. I said, maybe they go underground.
Yeah.
During the tornadoes, hurricanes, and all that.
Well, no, actually, they're the reason your trailer or your house is shaking. they get that opportunity, and whenever we think it's trees snapping out there during that thunderstorm, or we feel that tremble, that's them jumping and making that rumble, and you feel that tremor. That's them.
Yeah.
Now, whenever we feel that or we hear that, that's when we hit that alarm outside. If we feel that tremble, we hit that car alarm.
Yeah.
And that's just to let them know that every time you make noise, we're going to set an alarm off. But they don't know it's us. You know, they know it's the car.
Yeah.
So they're thinking there's some kind of sensor in this car that's picking up what we're doing out here because there's no people out here.
Yeah.
But it's warning the people inside that something's out here.
Yeah.
So they tend to, and if you do this, you're going to hear that thunder move away from you.
Oh, wow.
But they're also moving to another person who doesn't know and, you know, hasn't taken this serious or hasn't listened to those old stories and don't know. Their house is going to get wrecked. And if they can wreck and get an open way in there, you're going to have missing people there too.
Ooh.
But they cannot break that threshold. So don't open that door. Don't crack that window. Whenever these thunderstorms or thunder and lightning comes in, which are groups of Bigfoots, use that alarm outside. You know, just get your weapons and always have somebody awake during that night. Try to get as the children to sleep if they can. You know, don't worry them. But the parents, this is the time that the parents need to be, you know, aware.
Yeah.
And they expect thunder and lightning. And when I say that, I'm talking about the groups of Bigfoots. I'm not talking about thunder and lightning. That's what people know.
Yeah.
I'm talking about these groups to show up. And now, if you've got that alarm going when you hear that thunder or that tremor, they're going to go to the next place. But if you ask your neighbors in the morning, or if you go look at their houses, you're going to see tin pulled up or trees kind of knocked into their house, or, you know, like you just said, the dog was thrown into the door. You know, they're going to try to get in without physically just turning the knob. You know, they want you to run out and go to your thunderstorm shelter or something, but they're just trying to get you out of the house by shaking it and lifting that tin and rumbling out there. It's a trap.
Yeah.
It's a trap.
Wow.
Just hunker down, stay inside, and, you know.
Yeah. See, that's what my brother was saying when they picked up the dog and threw it into the trailer. He said he didn't go out. He actually just, you know, got that door open and started shooting.
Good.
He said it ran. He said it ran towards the hills.
Yeah.
You hear that, but it just kept coming around on that night.
Yeah. And let's not let those pets stay outside. Let's get them inside too at night, because, you know, they see and they know, and once you open that door, they're like, get out of my way.
Yeah.
So
that's why that's the reason why I keep my two cats and my little puppies. When they're little puppies, they're like those little Shih Tzu puppies.
yeah.
Yeah, I have two of those. They're real tiny. I keep them inside, and then my little rabbits, my cats inside too. The only one that usually stayed outside, wanted to be outside, was Milani, my daughter's husky.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, sometimes it would be like wanting to come in and scratch the door.
Yeah.
Or scratch at my daughter's window.
Yeah.
So it would be crying. So once you open that, she hears that door, you know, coming open, she just runs in.
Yeah.
And we have to lock the door, and then she would lay under my daughter's bed. But that's how she used to act.
Yeah.
We had to give her away because, you know, we just didn't have a dog sitter.
Oh yeah.
We had to give her away, and my sons wanted to buy some pit bulls. We used to raise pit bulls when they were like, you know, like really tiny puppies.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we used to raise them. You know, they would play with kids and stuff like that. Not to raise them to be mean.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. Oh, yeah. It's how you raise them.
Yeah. But if some stranger comes around, it's something different.
Yeah.
So my sons were like, maybe we should get some. I said, not where we live because there's usually kids outside.
Yeah.
Sometimes, not all the time, but lately they haven't been out. I don't hear no kids, nothing. Just my granddaughter.
And your neighbors know because they've got fences. They stay indoors. They don't go outside. Your neighbors know.
Yeah, that's what my dad was saying. They know something. That's the reason why they don't come out.
Exactly.
They're not telling you guys. He said.
Yep. And they know you have children.
Yeah.
So that they know that you have children. That means that the Bigfoots are not going to be over there at their houses that much. They want those children. They're coming around there.
Yeah, especially my grandbaby and my daughter Collins.
Yep. Yep.
And then we have girls too. We got 4 girls. So.
Yeah, it's time to get out of that situation right now.
I told my husband that. I said we need to move somewhere because this place is really, really dangerous.
Yeah, even if it's into town or something right now, we need to get you out of that spot.
Yeah, because that area, I mean, it looks like it's a peaceful spot, but since 2019 to now, it's just a lot of activity. And especially my brother's seen it. That was it for me. I'm like, they're going to come closer. They're coming closer.
Yep. And they are. They're already at your windows and things like that, underneath, getting that plumbing, trash. They're there.
Exactly. See, I was wondering why. Before we moved in, at our back door, there was the door, on our back door, there's a big old lock. You know, the kind that they use, like in Texas Chainsaw, those slaughterhouse?
Somebody, whoever lived at that house knew.
I'm like, oh my God, why is this big lock up here?
Exactly. They knew, but they didn't tell you, and that whoever rented you that house did not tell you about the activity.
Nope.
And they didn't tell you what's around you.
Nope, they didn't tell me nothing.
Yep.
And I was wondering, because when we moved in, there were like scratches, on the door.
Yep.
So I washed off the scratches, and then just recently, probably maybe about 2 weeks ago, there was more scratches on the door.
Okay, we really need you to get you moved out of the area.
See, I've been asking my landlord to, there's another place, here in town, because she has a lot of place to rent out. See if we can find something here before we end up, making that big trip back to New Mexico.
I wouldn't trust that landlord, whatever.
The landlord lady, yeah.
I wouldn't trust her. I mean, as far as anyone could probably think about throwing her. You're gonna have to find, even if it's a small apartment, anything right now. And if you got a lot of things, put that in storage. Let's just get you someplace to where you're not right in the middle where things are scratching on your back door.
Yeah.
You got those girls, you got that baby there. We need to get you moved.
Yeah, and my husband just, doesn't believe in that or anything like that. I'm just like, I know what I believe. I know what my beliefs are. So
yeah,
you can stay with the Bigfoots.
Yeah, he'll find out. He'll find out.
Yep. Exactly. So that's my plan now. I'm looking. And it's it's scary.
Yeah, it is, and I understand because I know a lot of people kind of going through the same thing or have been through, and most of the times we had to get them out of there, just so that area can either calm down or other people can get in there and look around.
Yeah, so we had that guy Steve.
Mm-hmm.
He was going to come by and look in the area where the 2 Bigfoots came out.
Yeah.
And he just usually when it's almost at that time, then something comes up for him.
Oh, okay.
And something comes up for me.
Yeah.
And it never happens.
Okay.
We had a family emergency that happened. He was supposed to come out last week, but we had a family emergency that happened with my brother. So I had to let him know the day before he was supposed to come out.
Well, so, whenever that happens, that means that he should not be in that area at that time.
Yeah.
Because something was going to happen at that time. That's why you had all of a sudden family emergency. You had this. Nothing was going to happen because those are what we look at as energy protecting us.
Yeah.
And so when things like that, we take care of that. Well, we'll have you track, whenever. But right now, the energy's saying we don't need you in those woods because there's activity.
And the weird thing about that is, my brother, the one that was walking towards the Bigfoot, one that wasn't afraid of it, actually ended up in the hospital where he almost lost his life. And that was the day before Steve was supposed to come down and look at that area.
Yeah.
Where the Bigfoot was.
Yeah.
So that part, it just, it's kind of weird, that happened.
Yeah.
So now my brother's still in the hospital and he's back in New Mexico. So that's why I was thinking of going back down to see how he was doing.
Yep.
And I told my son never to go back over there because these Bigfoots have powers too.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to bother them.
Yeah, we have those same abilities. We just been taught that we don't.
Yeah. And I told Steve about that of what happened.
Yeah. Yeah.
He understood, but anyway, that's what happened. But I can tell you, I can message you, but I just don't want to say what happened to him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the part I think it kind of messed with him.
Oh yeah.
That's my belief. The way things played out.
Yeah.
So,
and the Bigfoots can get into people's heads. They can mind speak to somebody. They can put ideas in people's heads. They can put that feeling of hopelessness in people's heads.
Yeah.
They do that.
I think that's what happened.
Yeah.
And that's what I was telling him. And see, that's the reason why I was gonna tell him maybe it's best not to, go there,
yep.
and do that, because my brother, like I said, went there 2 or 3 times with my son. My son's seen it 3 times, and and we do get prayers done, for my kids.
Yeah.
And that's probably what protects them. Not probably, it does.
Yeah.
But with brother, he hasn't get his protection prayers and stuff like that completed yet.
Ah.
It probably got him quick.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the part that some of these people don't understand, but they do have powers.
Yeah, and they could even change the heart rate in somebody to where they feel the panic. They can things like that, and even the blood pressure changes. There's a lot of things they can do with their frequencies and infrasound. Confusion, dizziness, misdirection, sickness, everything like that.
And but we do know that they're out there. It's just that people just need to be careful. It's not just it's them frightening you. It's spiritually, and they could do things.
Yeah.
It's always something.
Yeah, it's a spiritual battle for sure.
Yeah.
But we're strong. We got it.
But do you guys where did you guys go when you guys came out here to look? Was it around Steve's place?
We went around there, and then we went up into the national forest, which is
Kisaki?
I believe that was it. I believe so.
Oh, that's a beautiful place up there.
Yeah, he said that he always wanted to go up and search this area because he's been through there and he's seen signs, and he wanted to. To me, it kind of seemed like he kind of wanted to test us at first, you know. And so, I mean, we went up there and we picked up tracks and we found structures and things like that. I mean, right off the bat, and because we know where to look and everything, and so whenever we got back, we looked at the pictures and we had some translucent ones. We got their claws, you know, their hand claws, and I can show them to you. And actually, I'll probably post those tomorrow so people see things like that.
Yeah. See, when that Navajo police officer came to the house in Twin Lakes, when that thing Bigfoot almost came in with us, you know, through the door.
Yep.
He got hair samples, like by the tree. He took hair samples, like fur samples off of the tree. It showed, because it rained, and it showed where it looked like it slipped, you know, like sideways.
Yeah.
It showed a whole hip and the foot impression, and it looked like it tried to scramble, or you know, didn't want to fall all the way, so the knuckles was in the mud too.
Yeah.
The claw, the knuckles, and the side of the butt.
Yep.
And the foot one side.
Wow.
He took pictures of that, and then he took the hair from the tree, and I told him it was standing right there. I said it was standing right there, and he took that. And he was supposed to come back and talk to us more, because he said there's some in Shiprock area. Shiprock area in the Colorado mountains.
Yeah.
And he said, I believe you. He said, I believe you. It's right there. He told us, I'll check on you all night. If I get another call, I'll come back. I said, okay. But that was scary, though. It was scary. I thought it was going to really come in through the door because it was so close. You can hear it loud.
It would have if y'all hadn't got that door closed.
Yeah, it's scary. My daughter said that one time she, like I said, the porta potty was outside and she had stepped off the porch and something grabbed her ankle, hairy.
Wow.
And she started screaming and kicking, and I don't remember what she said. She grabbed and hit her own leg, like where it was grabbing, holding on to her.
Yeah.
Hit her own leg and it let go. She ran back in screaming. She slammed the door.
Oh, she was so close to being taken.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So that's the reason why, you know, all these things that we seen, we heard, my brother's seen, my grandma, and I believe, you know, the Bigfoots are out there.
Yeah.
They're out.
They are.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
But yeah.
So get you a shotgun with slugs.
I definitely will.
Yeah.
They'll probably throw me back, but
it's okay. Just get back up and keep shooting.
I'll yell for my dad.
Yeah. Every shot, just get back up, yell for dad, shoot, fall down, get up.
You know, my mom has a tiny little gun that's all pink. And my mom is 78 years old, and she has one of those little pocket guns that go in her purse.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, if my brother was getting mad at her, you might shoot someone.
But actually, if you're going to have a pistol, you should get at least a 45 or a 44 Magnum.
Yeah.
Those things, they got the kick enough to get you separation and take one down if you have to.
I need to get me something like that. I have one in the car, but it's my brother-in-law's.
Yeah.
And it's in the back seat. I got 3 vehicles, but it's one that we don't hardly use. It's in the trunk of that one.
Well, but, whenever we're with our tracker friends, and every now and then we'll say weapons check. because we're not supposed to be 10 feet from our weapon.
Yeah.
And then every now and then we'll get a tracker that says, "Yeah, I got mine. Where is it?" They'll say, "Well, it's in the backpack and we'll say, "Okay, weapons check." You know, so that means go get that weapon. Make sure we have it in our hands or 10 feet from us.
Yeah.
Yeah, you won't catch us 10 feet from some sort of protection, especially when we're out in the field.
I see. That's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna buy one and just have it in my locker, way on top. My daughter is really curious. My 11-year-old.
Well, I wouldn't keep it in your locker. I would. I mean, well, at least let's not talk about where we would keep it.
Yeah.
And but anytime you're out in the field or outside doors, like we were talking about, have something in your hand, even if it's not a weapon, a hair dryer, anything that will look similar to a weapon will buy you time if you need. But try not to be more than 10 feet, 10 yards from that weapon. No more than that anytime.
Yeah. That's right. I mean, I'll probably end up buying a gun.
And
I've been wanting to do that for like 2 years now.
Good. It's time.
Now I definitely have to, because we're living in a crazy place, a crazy area.
You sure are. And make sure everyone knows how to use a weapon.
Oh yeah. My husband's military too.
Good. And make sure everybody has a weapon.
Oh yeah.
Because sometimes if you've got a group, you're gonna need everybody fired.
That's true too.
Yep.
That's true.
Like whenever we go out in the field, however many trackers we got, we all have our own areas of, to be watching out for. But we also know that the weapons and the ammunition that we take to the field, that's for that one tracker. We don't rely on them to be protecting us. We take our own weapons.
Okay.
And we know that if something breaks out, each one of us will have our own fight.
Yeah, your own little areas.
Yep. And we will lay down some fire if we got to.
Oh wow. So which part of Mississippi are you guys going to?
Philadelphia, Choctaw.
Oh, my husband's family's from Hattiesburg.
Okay, that's on the way. Yeah, I've been through there. I used to run through there.
Yeah, I think he used to live in Brooklyn.
I'm not sure about that place.
Yeah, he wanted to go back down there. I think Hattiesburg from here, from Manny, I believe. I think it's about 3-4 hours.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, you just cut straight through Natchitoches all the way into Mississippi. The state line, I believe, an hour something away from us.
Okay. Hey, yeah, we're going to be down there for the World Series, the Choctaw World Series, which is, I think, the middle of July.
Uh-huh.
If we haven't got y'all moved yet, y'all should come up and visit.
Where, in Mississippi?
Yeah, Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be up there, but probably about 5 or 6 days, and we could really sit down and have a good talk. And
yeah. Okay.
But that's mid July. We'll be up that way for the Choctaw World Series and everything.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my husband's from Hattiesburg.
Wow, I didn't know that. That's close. Yeah, we used to run through there.
Yeah. I never been there, but he likes it there. He said there's a lot of Bigfoots there too.
Yeah, we're getting reports. Yeah, we're getting reports from there.
And that's where he ran into one.
Yeah, and I was talking about there's another place over there by Hattiesburg, between Hattiesburg and Choctaw. I want to say it's called Forest.
That's where That's where my husband went to school at. You know, Forest High School.
Yeah, and that's where we're getting reports as being in a hot zone right now.
Yeah, that's where he used to live too.
Yeah.
That's where he went to school at Forest.
Wow. So, but like everyone's saying, even you're saying, the last 3 years, the activity's just been going crazy.
Yeah, it's this crazy world, the climate change and everything.
Yeah. And during that COVID thing, this allowed the Bigfoots to freely really go anywhere they wanted to, because when the COVID thing was happening, there was nobody outside day or night.
Exactly.
And
that's right.
And the governments were telling us stay out of the forest.
Yeah.
Stay out of the parks, and these things just ran everywhere.
Exactly. It's crazy because a lot of these diseases and everything's going on too, and it's just crazy. Fires, rain, tornadoes, especially tornadoes. Oh my God, how many tornadoes do we have? Shoot.
Yeah, down in your Well, all these weather modifications, they can create this. They set the fires to push the Bigfoots towards the towns. This is all to us. This is a whole big plan, because we're watching how the fires are pushing them in, the storms are pushing them into people.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It is. It is.
You're just wondering, are all these different types of creatures going to be coming out?
They will be, and they are really. They are now.
Yeah. I think the Thunderbirds, what they talk about, the Thunderbirds?
Yep.
That does exist. I know that because I heard when I used to live in Gamerco in Gallup.
Yep.
There used to be a place called Gamerco. Well, there is a place called Gamerco, but there was a big cave, towards the west side of Gamerco. And one night we were sleeping, and we heard like all the neighborhood dogs barking all over. And then it was quiet, but the dogs were barking. All of a sudden we heard like pterodactyl cry, like Ray! And then we heard flapping wing noises.
Yep.
That scared the heck out of me. All the kids heard it. Our windows were open.
Yeah.
And then my son told me, yeah, my Mexican friend that lives right over here, Mom. He said that there's a big bird that comes sometimes. It's like a bird, like a dinosaur.
Yeah.
It steals the dogs and it takes them back in that cave.
Wow.
So I was just like, is he making this up or what? But one night I heard it.
Yeah.
So then I thought, ooh, there's something that's, actually out too, which is, the Thunderbird.
Yeah, I haven't heard that scream, but I know at least 3 people who heard exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. I heard it one time. This was back in, oh my gosh, 99, I think back in 1999. And I heard it, and that scared me. And then back in 2000, it was so weird. Back in 2006 or 2007 in Winter Rock, Arizona, my mom's friend lives at Red Lake. There's some pretty mountains out there, red mountains, like red rocks and stuff.
Yeah.
And she said she runs 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning. So she's out there running, going towards the mountain, and she swears up and down that there was something that looked like a dinosaur with small hands, long legs, and it had a tail. It was running along beside her.
Yep.
He said it went under a rock, like it crawled under a rock. And she was telling my mom it was almost as tall as me. And she's probably about 5'3", 5'4".
Yeah.
And it went behind the rock and never saw it again. So my mom believes her friend because I guess my mom said her friend don't lie.
Yeah.
But my dad was like, you know how some people are.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw her own shadow.
Yeah. Probably a 12-foot dog. I don't know.
So I was telling my brother's girlfriend, she's from there, from Red Lake. She said, yeah, people have been talking about that. People talk about, you know, something, the lizard says, they're tall, they're like, you know, almost tall as humans. And they hunt like in the morning hours. I heard stories about that, she said. I said, I never heard about it until, you know, my mom's friend. So, like I said, you know, all these crazy creatures are coming back out.
Yep. And there's people are going to start seeing a lot more.
Yeah. Exactly. It's climate change and all this stuff. And then my grandma used to say, you know, there's thunder, there's lightning, there's tornadoes, there's hurricanes and ground shaking. And all the past lives that have passed away, they're going to come back up. They're going to get revived, you know. They're going to come back up and, you know, all that. Now I know what she's talking about.
Yeah, and whenever she said there's thunder, there's lightning, there's earthquakes, there's tornadoes, those are our actual names of groups of Bigfoots.
Oh, yeah, you were telling me about that.
Yeah. So some of them are called earthquake, and they just shake and rattle, you know, stomp, and so she was being specific. We just didn't know what she was talking about.
Exactly. And a lot of the stuff that she used to tell us when we were little, it's like, well, now that we're older, and it's like, oh, that's what she's talking about. This is what she's talking about.
Yeah.
All scary stories to put you to sleep when you're little were actually true stories.
Yeah, and she was warning y'all, preparing y'all.
Yeah.
In her way.
I love that about her.
Yeah.
That she really spoke, you know, like preparing, like you said, she knew how to talk to kids, you know, she knew how to get their attention. These days, parents these days, it's like, it's so different. They like yell, you know, blah, 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 you know. But back then, when they're telling you something, it's like stories, but when you grow up, the stories are like teachings.
They are.
Yeah, and this is, you know, like, this is what I'm trying to tell you kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I guess the boarding school story is true because I talked to the Trisky school, you know, the Trisky community school. It's called community school now. It's boarding school back then. But old dormies were telling me that really did happen. You know, there were some kids that wanted to go home and they passed away.
Yeah.
Something had ate them. And you're thinking coyotes, they said.
Oh my goodness.
And my grandma was saying that they were eating, clothes were everywhere, and yes, she was telling the truth.
Yeah.
You know.
And the older ones, they would tell us in those stories to prepare us, but also to try to put it in a way to where it didn't really frighten us.
Yeah.
It was.
To me, I thought it was just, you know, like bedtime stories, like, you know, kind of like that saying, you know, there's a man standing at the door, he cried, he's gonna take you.
Yeah. And then when we grow up, there's a man out in the forest crying, making noise.
Or my dad, when the kids were little, what's that noise? And then the kids get quiet, and then he'll be like, wow! And I'm like, what the hell? What is that? It don't even sound scary.
Yeah.
And then my brother goes, it sounds like a kitten that wants milk. I was like, oh my God, you made it worse. Like, my dad just got mad. I'm trying to scare the kids, you know. That sound don't even, it's my brother goes, that's not even a scary sound. That sounds like a kitten that wants milk. I'm like, oh my God.
But then now when we hear something out of the woods going, like, wait a minute. Maybe they were trying to tell us something.
Yeah.
Did y'all ever play the quiet game?
What? Like what? Let's see.
The quiet game where everybody be quiet for a certain amount of time.
Oh no.
Oh wow. A lot of places that have Bigfoot activity, they were all the kids. I mean, where we were too, we were taught the quiet game, and there's other people in different areas that remember being taught the quiet game to listen for, you know, just to listen really.
Oh no. We
Eh,
never played that.
Oh, okay. So y'all were never quiet, huh?
No, I just had nothing but brothers. They were rowdy.
Yeah.
But they would try and scare us though at night, but they'll be like, "Did you hear that?" Everybody would get quiet, including my brothers. And then somebody would be like, "Did you hear that again?" And they were like, "No. What is it? No, did you hear that?" And then somebody would yell something, and then everybody would get upset because they would get scared, and some of them would cry.
Yeah.
That's what they used to do. That's how we went to sleep.
Oh wow.
And then my daughter, she just like looks at the time, 9 o'clock, boop, she's out.
Yeah.
Out that way. It's weird. Like right when that long thing goes up to like 9 o'clock, right at 12, boop, he's out. I was like, wow, I wish I could do that.
Yeah, like me, I have like different sleep patterns. So, sometimes I'll nap during the day just so I can be up at night, or I'll try to get to bed early, and then so I can be up by 12, 1 o'clock. Because I like being up around that 2 to 4, 2 to 5, time, because I like to pay attention at that time.
Yeah, you're like my brother. He just watches movies, of course, Bigfoot movies, all night. He don't go to sleep until like 7, 8 in the morning, and then he gets up at like about maybe 3, 4 o'clock. Then he starts off again with his Bigfoot movies. He watched more movies than any of us.
It seems like he's wanting to learn everything he can.
Yeah, he's really into Bigfoot. I got him those little Bigfoot puppets.
Yeah.
It has big feet. He has everything of Bigfoot. He has necklaces, shirts, socks, toothbrush, hats, those little clip-ons, things like that. Then these little stickers on his car, and I'm like, my dad always says, "Oh, here comes Bigfoot."
Yeah.
There's one shirt he has. It's a Bigfoot, and it's throwing a finger, and it says, "Catch me if you can." I'm like, it just matches him.
Yeah. And then at night when somebody actually sees one.
Right? He'll probably be the first one to run.
Yeah. He's like, I know what it is.
But my little brother, the little one, the one I was telling you about, he just like, he's curious. He just tried to, I tried to get closer to really look at his face.
Wow.
I tried, he said. I was like, wow. What would you do? I said, I'll probably get scared at first, but then I still want to see, like try to get a closer look, but I wouldn't get that close, I said.
Yeah. Well, we have to catch them with our cameras and our binoculars and things, because when we go into the forest, we're what we call 5-step stops. We'll go 5 foot, we'll stop, listen. I mean, if we got to stay there 30 minutes from that one spot, and then we'll move behind every tree, every brush. We're using the shadows. We're never in plain sight. But these Bigfoots recognize that movement as this person right here is dangerous to us. So let's give him plenty of room. Let's push back, give him room to do what he's going to do, and get him out of the forest.
Yeah. See, I don't know. You did watch that video, right, of my brother, walking towards it?
Yeah.
Towards Bigfoot. You know how he was walking towards it? He stopped to hesitate.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, it's coming. That kind of thing. That's what I told my dad. I said, look at him, the way he's walking towards it. I said, nope, he's not acting. I said, it's the way he stopped.
Yep.
And then moved a little bit back, and then moved forward again, started walking again. Then he stopped and he hesitated, and then he decided to walk forward, but he stopped again. He started laughing. I said, why did you laugh? And he said it freaked me out because it was beginning to walk towards me. He said,
Yep.
That's when I hesitated.
Yep.
I was like, I knew you weren't. I said, I knew you weren't afraid of it, but it's just the fact that
Yep.
I said it was crazy what you were doing.
Yep.
It's dangerous. I told him.
It is very dangerous.
I said they may look like they're not dangerous, but they are.
They're just waiting for you to come a little closer.
Yeah. It seems that way. I said, did you, I told him, I said, remember all the Bigfoot movies we see? And then he said, yeah. I said, well, that's what it is. It's scary, I said.
Yeah.
I really wonder how they look like close up. I never, I tried expanding that one I sent you.
Yeah.
With I use the color deal with my iPhone. I have a 12 Pro Max.
Yeah.
That I got. I was trying to mess with my phone, and it looks like the little one looks like a little monkey. The gray face, the gray part of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, also in that film, you're gonna see some close-ups and some good shots of them, and you'll see some of them eating and things like that.
Oh wow! Are they taken all over the place?
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, I need to get that. How do I get that? Where do I need to go?
There's a link probably on every one of the podcasts except for this one. I think I forgot to put it on this one, but I can add it in these comments, but I'll actually send you a message. I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll just put it in there.
Okay, because I think I'm gonna get my brother one too.
Yeah, it's very important. Everybody who needs to know everything, it's all in there.
Yeah, I definitely need to get him one.
Yeah.
I think he looked at watched every Bigfoot movie there is out there.
This one will put everything in order.
Yeah, I think it will for him because he's really, really, really curious.
Yeah. And he'll know what to do and what not to do.
Yeah. And my little brother just,
Yep.
just want to get close to it.
Yeah, once he sees this video, he'll understand that these things are predators, they're vicious, and they set traps and they're just waiting. Opportunity.
Yeah.
And that walking up to him was a great opportunity for them to just grab him and go.
Yeah, I think what he told me was, it hesitated, like it looked, and then he said it looked like it wanted to go towards him.
Yep.
That stopped, started laughing, what the heck, it's gonna come towards me.
Yeah.
And he stopped. He said he stopped. There's a lot more footage to that.
Okay.
But he's the only one that has it.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I had to cut off some.
Yep. Yeah, they're opportunists, and even the one that was in that video was the small cute one.
Oh yeah, the one where I tried to mess with the color and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the little one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. That's all you're gonna see up front until you either follow it into the woods or you get too close, and that's when the big ones are waiting.
Yeah, did you see that big one where the big arrow was on it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the big one that was when when my son was filming, where he was shaking pretty bad.
Yep.
That's what he was trying to get a video.
Arrow is. There's also another one right next to it, and there's another one behind the tree that's a little bit bigger than those.
See, that's what my husband was saying. He said there's several.
Yeah.
But I was trying to look at like where. He goes, I see it right here. He goes, there's several. I was like, oh my, I better look at it again.
Yeah, I glanced. I probably seen about 5.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they're never alone.
Yeah, I think my brother just seen that big one, the one that was by that tree with the big arrow.
Yep.
And that little one that was peeking out. I think that's what he's seen.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
That is scary.
It is, and they were that close to it.
They were close.
Yeah.
I told my brother never to go back in that woods because it's dangerous.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
I would have said the same thing. Don't go in there. There's no reason for you to go in there, especially, I mean, you're not going to be hunting because those guys are already wiping out the food supply. So if you go in there, you're a part of the food supply.
Exactly. That's what I told him too. I said, there's no reason for you to be going in there. Yes, to get a picture, but you're going to be one of those missing people. They just find the cameras.
Yeah.
And your bodies will be gone.
Yeah, and that camera will disappear too.
Yeah, that's scary.
Yeah. There's
more human, right? Is that?
No, they've used our form. We call it stolen DNA from us.
Uh-huh.
But they're not us. They're just using our form to get close to us to eat.
Oh. Wow.
In the Bible, that would be called the abomination.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it is biblical. There's a lot of things in it in the Bible about this and about this time.
Yeah. Yeah. So, they say there's a lot of, like people who research, these areas where there's a lot of Bigfoot. I don't understand why there's not that many, coming in this area when they know that there's a lot here.
Oh, they're scared to be in there. They know they're there. They're scared to be in there. They don't want to be in there.
That's what I'm thinking because everybody, I mean, when you watch TV, they're like, we need a skin, we need, bones, we need something. But there's a lot of reports from here, but nobody's here.
Yeah, they won't. Whenever you see those TV things, they've got 50 crew members with them. They got lights, cameras. They're not going to find anything unless, well, they're not going to find anything. I mean, they carry too many lights, too many people. These Bigfoots are opportunists. They're not going to go out in front of the cameras. They're waiting for that person to walk off to that porta potty.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, that's true too.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy.
It is.
But it's like everywhere my family and I have been, we've seen it. Either we've seen it, we hear it, or like what happened to my brother. He just like a lot came out to him.
Yep.
Both of them. My son's always making those calls. I keep telling him, don't do that.
Yeah, and you'll see in the film we talk about that.
Yeah.
And we tell people that when people whoop or tree knock, you're just giving your location to the predator that food is right here. Mm-hmm. You're calling them. You're going, hey, I'm over here. Whoop, whoop,
Yeah.
I'm right here. And they know that is not one of their beings as far as that's not their call. They know the difference.
Yeah.
And they're thinking, hey, there's a meal over there.
See, like where we're at, there's, like I said, there's chickens, geese, goats, cats, dogs. There's a lot of that where we live in our little area.
Yeah, well, the Bigfoots, they'll herd. You'll see all these things in groups. I mean, they won't be. I mean, you may have a lot of cats in there, but they're going to be in a pinned in area. As far as a Bigfoot over here, Bigfoot over there. I mean, you'll see goats and whatever traveling through, but they always are encircled.
Oh.
Even the deer, they corralled the deer. They let the deer eat and go into people's yards and things. That gives the people that sense of that everything's okay.
Yeah.
But that's still just a trap. We call that normality. As far as the Bigfoots will leave that normality so that we don't get panicked as far as saying, hey, there's no deer, there's no squirrel, there's no turkey. What's going on?
Yeah, because there's usually like a herd of deer, heading into Fisher.
Yep.
It's up on your right side in an area like full of deer, like maybe 6, 7, and then just recently we seen like little baby ones, baby deers and stuff like that.
Yeah, the Bigfoot will actually, they will eat the adult deers.
Yeah.
Especially all the bucks, and they'll leave some pregnated female deers, and after that female has the baby, they'll eat the mother because now they can train the little ones to run out in front of the car, or they'll use them to lure kids in and things like that.
Yeah, I seen maybe about 5:30 sun was getting, it was going down, and I was going right there by there's an old folks home, like an elderly home, woods, nothing but woods around it, and I saw I think it's a mother deer and a little deer. I seen it run out in front of my vehicle.
Yep.
I mean, it looked like it was being chased.
Yep.
I mean, it didn't look both ways. It just ran right in front of my vehicle, and then the baby one.
Yep.
And it just went straight into the forest, and I was thinking, oh my God, wonder what's chasing us. I was trying to look towards, where the deers were coming from, but I couldn't see anything.
Yeah, so, well, you were supposed to stop or slow down to look at that.
Oh, I just kept going. I was like, something's chasing that. I ain't stopping.
Good. That's good. You did that.
Yeah, it's a lot of this stuff is beginning to make sense now. Something that that we just say, oh, brush it off and say, hey, okay, this happened. But when you really tell each and every little thing about, Bigfoot, it's like, oh, okay, yep. This is why this happened. This is what my grandparents told me when I was little. Okay, now it makes sense,
Yep, yep. It's all making sense.
Yeah, it does. It really does now.
And we were being prepared just in a way that we could understand it.
Yes. So now my husband's gonna have to listen to me.
Yep.
When he gets home, I'll be like, sit right there and I'm tell you something.
Yep. Say, and if you don't want to listen, I want you to know you can come with me or not.
Yeah, exactly.
And there are scratches on this back door. I want to be at least in town right now, until we can make our move. Let's vacate this area because you are in a place where they're scratching the back door.
Exactly. That's what I told him. I said, this is a big old block. I said, they're trying to keep something out. I said,
yep.
It's not someone in, they're trying to keep something out.
Yep.
And something's wrong.
Yep.
Well, here he comes, so
okay.
We're going to be heading home right now.
Good. I'm glad you're traveling together.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to check in with you again tomorrow night around the same time, around 7.
All right, sounds good.
And you have a great night.
All right, you too. Good night.
All right, good night.
All right, bye bye.
All right, bye. Okay, that was the last person that we was going to check in with tonight. As you heard, there are not only activity, but stories and missing people in these areas. Also, how our grandmothers used to talk to us, how to prepare us and warn us that these things are here in their own way. And if you really think back, you were warned, you were talked to by your grandparents or someone who wanted to give you that information in a way that you could handle it. They weren't going to say monster. They weren't going to say vicious killers, hairy beast. They weren't going to say that, but they put it in a way that you may be able to handle it, even in the games, like the quiet game and things like that, or the boogeyman, and things like that, shadows. But tomorrow we are going to have an example, plus our guest, but we're going to have examples of weaponry that some of these Bigfoots use that we have attained. We're going to show you some of those spikes and things that we found, things that they use for what we call dropping pops. There's a lot of information that this channel has that you're not going to find anywhere else. We also have that DVD for sale. You can leave a message through here or on my Facebook page, one of the Facebook pages, which again, I'll give you that, which is the Oklahoma Bigfoot Predator Watch page, in parentheses, antlers and surrounding areas. Also, Choctaw Missing and Murdered Woman, WOMBMAN, and Son Syndrome Database. So tune in tomorrow night. We're going to show you a couple weapons, what they used. We'll tell you about where we found them, and actually who gave us the first weapon that was found. So tune in tomorrow night, 7 o'clock p.m. We're going to do our check-in. We'll have another guest, and we do have a list of extremely important guests that you really do need to listen to. Those are coming up shortly, but I wouldn't miss it. This is very important that you need to know. Also, you need to get this DVD to protect your family. It will teach you things that you have never heard of before. I can guarantee you that because I've talked to many people and I've talked to other what people would consider researchers and longtime people involved in this. And some of the things that we talk about, they haven't heard about, but I'm glad that we've had this conversation. In that video, there's a lot of information, a lot of knowledge that you need to know. So get that DVD. That's all I can say. We can't help you any quicker way than to give you all the information that's on that DVD. Because, we could talk and talk and talk. You may not understand everything. But if you get that DVD, you can rewind it. You can go back over it. You can write notes down. You can have family and friends over to all converse and talk about it. But learn it. It will help you. It will teach you, and it will save lives. And it already has. So tomorrow night, 7 p.m., we'll be back again. Stay tuned. Stay with us. Listen to everything that we're saying and to every guest that we have. Everything is important for you to know. Thank you very much. I will see everyone tomorrow night. And everybody have a great, great night. I need to check in with some friends whenever we get a chance. But as far as right now, everyone just have a great night, and we will see you again very soon.